A shrine in the woods. About time, nosebleed. I found you. Naruto posed, pointing at the sky with both hands. He was a bit tired from all the training he'd done, but this was no time for that. He'd succeeded. He'd learnt one of the techniques from the scroll. No, you fool. I found you. Irika's head almost seemed to enlarge itself, which wasn't anything unusual, as the man always seemed to be mad at him for some reason or another. And like usual, with a sigh, the Chunin calmed himself as he began to look over his pupil. Naruto looked dirty and exhausted, as if he'd spent the last several hours rolling around in the mud. Something felt off about this whole situation to the Chunin. He didn't know what just yet, but he was sure his student had a good reason for his actions. Or even barring that, did not realize the gravity of the situation he was in. I guess you got me. Too bad you were so fast. With a little more time, I could have memorized more than one technique. You look exhausted. What have you been doing? Naruto's face lit up at his teacher's question, unable to contain his excitement. Wait till I show you. These techniques are amazing, and if I prove to you I've mastered one, you'll have to let me graduate. Taken aback, Irika had never expected during all this mayhem, Naruto hid in the woods to practice. That Naruto practicing, it was unheard of. Well, unless you count the routine Umbu goose chase every time he defaced the 4 Kage's faces. So, you came here to practice your ninjutsu? Working yourself to exhaustion at that. Naruto? Yeah. What's up with that scroll you're carrying? Irika, already knowing the answer, was still dreading what Naruto would say next. What this? Mizuki-sensei told me about it, and about this place. He said if I could show you I'd learn the techniques in this scroll. Mind-whirling, Irika put his training to good use, already thinking of a plan, as Naruto continued talking. You'd let me become a ninja. Irika pushed his student out of the way, just as a wave of kunai pierced through where he'd just been standing. His student made it out unscathed. However, Irika was far less fortunate, having several lodged in various parts of his body. I'm impressed you figured out where to go. Mizuki could be seen in the distance, having been the one who'd thrown the kunai. Now I understand. Everything had become clear to Irika. Naruto was not some traitor. Not that he believed that for a second. No, Mizuki had simply tricked the foolish boy into carrying out his dirty work. The scroll, Naruto. Give it to me. Naruto was not clued into any of these finer details, was now left confused by the violent display from one of his teachers. Dude, come on. Hey, what is this? Fearless, Irika stepped forth to guide and protect Naruto. Don't let him have it. Naruto, protect that scroll with your life. It's more dangerous than you can imagine. It holds the records of the village's forbidden ninja arts. Mizuki is using you because he wants it for himself. Naruto, now defensive of his teacher-turned-traitor, began to ready himself for a fight. He would not back down if it came to it. Smirking, Mizuki started, Naruto, even if you've read the entire scroll, it will still be meaningless. I can show you what it all means. Irika immediately picked up on the hidden meaning behind Mizuki's words. Shut up, you fool. You want to know what really happened 12 years ago with the demon fox? That confused Naruto. What did the demon fox have to do with the scroll? Why, of all times, was Mizuki bringing it up now? Since the incident, the people of Konoha, of our village, have been bound by the strictest decree. Mizuki paused, letting his words sink in. I don't remember any decree. You wouldn't. Part of that decree was that everyone would stay silent about it. Only those who were alive back then know about it. Naruto was stunned. Where's all this going? What decree? What made it so important that no one could talk about it? Mizuki just laughed, frightening Naruto. What was the decree? That no one must ever tell you. That the demon fox that destroyed the village all those years ago is you. Naruto's mind faltered, and he fell to the forest floor. What are you talking about? Stop, Irika shouted. The village's secret could crush his young pupil. The fourth Hokage trapped and bound you in this form. Since then, everybody in the village has hated you. Didn't you think it was strange to be hated everywhere despite never having done a thing? Naruto did not want to believe it, but all the pieces matched together. It would explain everything, why everyone had hated him all these years. And if Iruka were honest, even he would admit he hates you. You're responsible for the deaths of his entire family, after all. Naruto was destroyed at that moment, as he began to slip into a dark place within his own mind. Mizuki, ready for that exact moment to strike, threw an oversized shuriken at Naruto, attempting to snuff out the boy's life in one throw. Naruto accepted his rapidly approaching fate and resigned himself to death, closing his eyes one final time, only to never feel the pain that was surely supposed to happen before death. Opening his eyes, he found Iruka over top of him, smiling down at him, blood dripping from his lips. What? Naruto could not understand Iruka. Why would Iruka protect him of all people? I know that, Naruto. I was so hard on you, yelling, scolding, it must have hurt. Forgive me. If I'd been a better teacher, a better self, maybe neither of us would be here right now. What Iruka did not say was how much he saw himself in Naruto, the loneliness, acting out for attention, and how hurt he was deep down inside. Naruto, still afraid of the truth that was just laid bare before him, ran. Ah, what a pity. But I'm afraid, once Naruto sets his mind on something, he can't be dissuaded. He's going to use the scroll to take his revenge on the village. Even now, his eyes are still those of the demon fox. Mizuki began to gloat, sure of his control over the situation. Removing the shuriken from his back, Iruka responded while struggling to breathe. You don't know, Naruto, at all. I don't have to know the boy to kill him. It's the scroll I'm after now. I'll finish you later. Mizuki jumped atop the trees, heading off in the direction that Naruto ran. Naruto, quickly, give me the scroll. It's what Mizuki's after. Naruto did not hesitate, ramming directly into his teacher, sending him barreling to the ground. What's wrong, Naruto? As Iruka struggled to get up, the transformation was undone, revealing Mizuki. How did you know I wasn't Iruka? Laughing, Naruto undid his transformation, revealing Iruka. Because I am. I see. Smirking, the teacher and the teacher-turned-traitor stared each other down. Mizuki was clearly in the dominant position, with Iruka struggling to remain conscious while leaned up against a tree for support. Naruto lurked in the distance, hidden behind a tree, listening in. He, so noble, saving your parents' murderer. And for what? What happens if we let him live? Then maybe the scroll will be kept safe from a complete scumbag. You're a fool. Naruto and I are two of a kind. Iruka questioned, two of a kind? I can use that scroll to obtain limitless power. The demon within him hungers for that kind of strength. You were right to fear him, to despise him. Iruka could not retort to what Mizuki had been saying, his silence eating away at Naruto's fragile psyche. So it's true, Iruka-sensei really does hate me. Maybe I do hate the fox, but not Naruto. Not the boy. For him I have nothing but respect. He's an excellent student of mine. It was the light at the end of the tunnel. Naruto's self-growing hatred was repelled by the light of Iruka's statement. And as he spoke, the conviction in Iruka's words grew. He works with all his might, but sometimes, even so, he's awkward, clumsy as screw-up. People have mocked and shunned him, and it's given him empathy. He knows what it is to be in pain. That boy is not your demon fox. He is a citizen of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. Tears of relief streaking down his face, Naruto silently sobbed, still hidden behind the tree some distance away. A scowl rose onto Mizuki's face. That's so sweet. Just hearing you say, so makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. Iruka groaned in pain. His attack on Mizuki had worsened his wound. Mizuki readied his oversized shuriken. Well, Iruka, I had planned to save you for last, but sometimes things just don't work out the way you plan, so... Mizuki wound up to throw the shuriken. Say goodbye. Resigned, Irika lay there up against the tree, happy that his young student would at least survive. So, this is it. But it wasn't. Mizuki was ambushed just as he was completing his throw. Landing between the injured Irika and the downed Mizuki was Naruto. Keep away from Irika-sensei, or I'll kill you. Stupid kid should have stayed away, / loudmouth brat. I can kill you with one blow. Readying a hand sign, Naruto growled back. Bring it on, you jerk. Anything you throw at me, I'll throw back times 1,000. You're welcome to try, little fox. With a puff, hundreds, no thousands of clones of Naruto surrounded the trio from all directions in the forest. What? How did he? For the first time that night, Mizuki felt fear. What's the matter, tough guy? I thought you could kill me in one blow. Right. Come on. Irika was stunned. The student he had failed earlier in the day was capable of this. Well then, if you're not attacking, I guess I just have to. Mizuki attempted to fight back against the horde, valiantly putting up a fight and taking several dozen clones with him. It did not matter. There were too many. His energy could not last. All the abuse that Irika-sensei had endured that night was repaid. No one touched one of Naruto's important people. When all was said and done, Mizuki's body lay there in a heap, battered, bloodied, and bruised. I guess I got carried away. Naruto, come here. I've got a present for you. Closing his eyes, Naruto felt his signature goggles be removed from his head before they were replaced with something else. You can open your eyes now, Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes to his now Hittite-less teacher. Congratulations, Naruto. To celebrate your promotion, I'll take you out. We can go for ramen. Excitement overtaking his body, Naruto tackled his teacher, no, former teacher, in a bear hug. The next day, Naruto woke up with a yawn. Sometimes a frown would appear on his face, before switching to a smile, then back to a frown again. His face was a myriad of expressions as yesterday's events came back to him. And when he caught a glimpse of the Hittite on his nightstand, the frowns finally lost to the smiles for good. Getting up, he put on one of his orange jumpsuit before tying the Hittite around his head. It was official. He was a shinobi of the leaf. But his first day on the job was destined to be a boring one, as he would not be receiving his first assignment until the next day. So, with no rush to his movements, Naruto began to make himself breakfast as his mind drifted towards the conversation he'd had last night with Irika over some ramen. I know you're stoked about becoming a ninja, Naruto, but keep in mind that this is only the first step in your journey as a ninja. Come on, Irika-sensei. This is no time for one-year lectures. Naruto remembered turning to Irika only for his words to get caught in his throat when he saw the older man's grave expression. No, Naruto, this is actually the perfect time to talk about this. I know you work hard and want to be the Hokage one day, and I have every confidence that you will, but only those who are still alive can accomplish their dreams. You beating Mizuki last night was impressive, but honestly speaking, he can't be considered as much stronger than your average genin. His promotion to Chunin was mainly from experience and time, rather than any amount of skill or talent. For the first time in his life, Naruto actually perked up to listen to one of Irika's lectures, and it wasn't just because the man had said he had a shot at Hokage. But maybe I'm not the best person to hear this from, considering the man in question would have killed me if you weren't there to save me. That wasn't true. If he wasn't there to begin with, the two of them never would have fought to begin with. And even if they did fight, Naruto bet that Irika was fully capable of dodging that initial attack, provided he didn't need to push someone out of the way first. In any case, Mizuki and I are small fry in comparison to some of the other Chunin around, much less any ninja ranked higher. If you really want to reach the top like you're always claiming, half-baked jutsu won't cut it. And before you say anything, I know you have that shadow clone jutsu now, and I can't think of a single person better at transformations than you. But other than those two, you don't really have any other options. I've seen your taijutsu, and I've seen your shuriken jutsu, and I'll tell you now, most genin around are better than you at both. Naruto wanted to get offended, but realistically, despite the fact that he could somewhat go toe-to-toe with the likes of Sasuke, that was really a brawling style of fighting rather than proper taijutsu. And even then, technically speaking, he'd never beaten Sasuke, but he had gotten close. The point is that your basics are weak. And while some things like history or math aren't that important, especially when you're in the middle of a fight, you must remember that chakra is a mixture of both physical and spiritual energy. There's a reason we don't only focus on the combat arts in the academy, and by the time you're a chunin, it's expected that you've intensely studied at least one academic topic to maintain a good spiritual energy, even if it is not one of those taught in the academy. I know, but I just can't sit down and read those boring old books. I get antsy, I can't sit still that long, and even if I do, they don't make sense anyways. Putting aside your lack of focus, which I know is not true, because I've seen the results of your pranks, why did you not come to me for extra help if things weren't making sense? Well, for one, I was told that as ninja, we're expected to figure things out on our own. And two, it would defeat the purpose of all that code breaking in the books if you just told me the answer. As the words left his mouth, he remembered seeing Irika's expression go from intrigued to angered to horrified. And before the two parted, the older man had made him promise to meet with him the following day to continue talking about the topic. Snapping back to reality, Naruto checked the time and realized that he had a little bit until the time he'd promised to meet Irika at. And with nothing better to do, especially since he probably shouldn't try pranking anybody after the previous night's affairs, he decided to experiment with his new jutsu. Flashing through a couple of hand signs, Naruto summoned a clone in front of himself. I remember the scroll saying something about not being able to take hits. I wonder, X2. Without warning, both Narutos swung at each other, socking one another in the face. One was sent flying across the room, while the other poofed into a cloud of smoke. Left on the ground, groaning, Naruto thought to himself, shit, that hurt. Of course my clone would have the same idea as me, only that idiot didn't realize he was a clone. Sitting there for a moment in pain from being punched in the face, his own words eventually sank in. Clones could think. He thought they just did whatever he told them to do. And as he sat there thinking about what just happened, he realized his memories of the event were weird, as if he'd seen them from two different places. But that wasn't possible. He was one guy, and the clone was the other. Unless... I could have totally used this to get answers on all the tests this year. All I'd have to do is somehow tell the clone what the question was. Then it could look up the answer and pop itself. And boom. Naruto, the ace student. Wallowing in despair at the missed opportunity, Naruto soon got back up. Rubbing his still sore cheek, he began a plot. Well, the past is in the past. More importantly, I wonder what else these clones can do. Curiosity engaged, Naruto summoned another couple clones, which all immediately sat down and began to brainstorm with him. Not quite used to thinking about jutsu logically, Naruto had no clue what to do or what to consider when testing the limits of his jutsu. Luckily, he wasn't alone. One of his clones soon stood up and flashed through a series of hand signs, transforming into Irika. Simultaneously, each Naruto looked shocked as they shouted in unison, "Clones can use jutsu, too." The original also began to regret that he hadn't read more on what the clones were capable of while he'd had the scroll. But not one for regrets. Such thoughts were soon replaced with nefarious plots and pranks in his and his clones' minds. An infectious laughter had already begun to spread throughout the room. To the original, more importantly than any of that, was the meeting with Irika that he'd be late for if he did not leave immediately. So, scrambling out his apartment, he left his clones with a very short-sighted and simple order. Find something to do while I'm gone. He didn't specify what we had to do, right? Unbeknownst to the village, a plague in the color orange was soon to befall the village. Irika was seated in his office at the academy, deep in thought. A pile of books lay before him on his desk, and he would periodically pick one up, browse through it, write something down, and then go back to thinking. A plan was forming in his mind and on the paper before him, and as said plan was reaching completion. The door to his office swung open with a resounding bang. The culprit could only be the one standing in the now open doorway, Naruto Uzumaki. Reporting as promised, Irika-sensei. Naruto saluted back perfectly straight. Unable to contain himself, Irika let his laughter burst out at Naruto's antics, as he motioned for the boy to sit in the chair across from him. As his breath settled, the older man suppressed the grin on his face, wanting to maintain a certain air of dignity for the rather serious business before them. Naruto, I appreciate your serious attitude, but the saluting and whatnot is not necessary. Nonsense. I am an official ninja of Konoha. Everything is serious, and thus saluting is a necessity. Once again, Irika began to laugh despite himself. He'd wanted this meeting to be serious, but the sight of Naruto at the moment was anything but that to him, despite the boy's earnestness. And it didn't help that Naruto was right there beside him, laughing along as well. Taking a moment to calm themselves, Naruto opened up the conversation. So anyway, what's up, Irika-sensei? What did you want to see me for today? Could it be that you miss your star pupil already? Can't say I'd blame ya. Chuckling to himself at his joke, Naruto was surprised. Irika was no longer laughing along. Looking up at his face, Naruto found Irika's face grave. Worried, Naruto forced himself to match the older man's intensity as he focused on how Irika would respond to his question. Bowing his head, Irika apologized. Naruto, on behalf of the academy, I apologize. We have failed you. Confused by the sudden apology, Naruto was silent for a moment before replying, I don't know why you're apologizing, Irika-sensei. If it's about last night with Mizuki, then... No, Naruto, this time it's not about Mizuki. It's about what we talked about last night. Specifically, I'm talking about you having trouble with assigned readings. Still confused. What do you mean, Irika-sensei? It's my fault for not learning to read the code properly. Nothing you or the academy can be blamed for, really. Naruto, there are two things wrong with what you just said. For one, it is the job of the academy, and by extension myself and every other teacher, to ensure that our students are able to learn the material, regardless of if said material is related to codes. And two, the academy has never assigned code-based work to its students. That's the type of work that you get introduced to later on as a genin, or more likely than that, as a chunin. On the one hand, Naruto trusted his teacher. On the other hand, he'd seen the assignments with his own two eyes, and while said eyes weren't on the level of Hyuga's, he did not think they were bad enough for him to be mistaken about this. What do you mean, Irika-sensei? I saw the codes with my own eyes, and I heard the stuff about ninjas solving problems on their own with my own ears. And while tests weren't entirely written in code, so I could answer some questions, there was definitely still some code on them. Resigned, and looking almost sad at this point, Irika sighed, before continuing his explanation. You'll understand what I'm saying quicker if I just show you with an example. Picking a book from his desk at random, Irika flipped to a random page before handing it over to Naruto. Read the first sentence on that page to mean Naruto. Naruto, taking a look at the book, stammered out a few words. The chakra pathway is enmeshed within the body. Hearing enough, Irika took the book back from Naruto, reading aloud the sentence he was meant to read. The chakra pathway is enmeshed within the body, transporting chakra through the body and each organ as the circulatory system does blood. Well, of course you can read it, Irika-sensei. You know how to read code. That's not a fair comparison. This proves nothing. The sadness in Irika's eyes magnified before he said, Naruto, this book is not written in code. Countless thoughts suddenly started racing through Naruto's mind before landing on one question. What do you mean it isn't written in code? Naruto, the reason why I'm apologizing to you is the same reason as why you think this book, and many others, are written in code, and also why I apologize to you to begin with. It's likely you have multiple things affecting your ability to read, and to be honest, the older man suddenly turned to Naruto. Has anyone ever taught you how to read? I mean, one-on-one, outside of the academy. No, why? Irika ran his hands over his face before stopping at his brow to massage his temples. He'd been thinking that was the case ever since the conversation last night, but a part of him had hoped that Naruto had been avoiding homework and reading out of a distaste for the subjects, rather than a lack of ability. It was obvious now, looking back, but an orphan in his particular situation should have received extra attention early on, as that might have made all the difference in his attitude towards his academics. And the worst part of it all was that there was yet another thing contributing to Naruto's difficulties with reading, one that would have been caught if he'd done any one-on-one reading with an adult or a teacher. Well, if you had, what I'm about to tell you would have been caught a lot sooner than just now. Naruto did not appreciate the foreboding implication behind that line. It's likely that you have dyslexia. What that means is that when you try to read, sometimes certain letters and words get unconsciously mixed up in your mind, making them far more difficult to read than for other people. Defeated, Naruto asked, kind of like they're written in code? In your particular case, yes, like they're written in code. The room went silent. Naruto at first appearing sullen and confused, before suddenly going wide-eyed as he thought of something. Irika just sat and watched these emotions develop on his former pupil's face. Is there a cure? Unfortunately, Naruto, no, there's not a cure. Once again, the room went silent, both teacher and pupil sitting in thought, with Naruto's sullen mood returning. Breaking the silence, look, Naruto, there's not a lot of information on your condition, as it is in no way common, so I cannot be entirely sure on how to help you, but rest assured I do want to help you. Naruto was still silent, looking down, lost in thought. Irika picked up the piece of paper he had been writing on prior to Naruto's arrival. With that being said, I have come up with a plan that might work. Or, at least, even if it doesn't work entirely, it should help you a ton. That caught Naruto's attention, naturally drawing his eyes to the paper in Irika's hand. Motioning, he signaled for Irika to continue. You see, there are 3 main components to it. 1. Meet up with me once a week for some practice reading. Naruto struggled to hold back tears. Irika was willing to waste time once a week helping him. He hated reading, but just the thought of spending time with one of his close ones was encouraging enough to make him willing to do it. 2. A lot of reading by yourself. You know what they say, practice makes perfect, and you'll need a lot of extra practice. And lastly, 3, I want you to document your experiences with dyslexia, what you do to help with it, what works, what doesn't. Every last bit should be written down. Those first 2 make sense, but what is the point of the documentation? How does that help me? As if he could hear Naruto's thoughts, Irika continued. I believe you understand why the first 2 components are so important, but you probably have your doubts about the third, right? Hearing Irika's question, Naruto quickly nodded his head. The third is just as important as the first 2 components. Its purpose is twofold, the first being practice with writing, and through reading your own writing, I'm hoping it will help make others' writing easier to read. After all, regardless of whether a word you write down looks strange, you will know what it means, so it should be easier for your brain to puzzle back together. The first point made a lot of sense to Naruto, and it made him curious about Irika's second point. The second is that I hope that by recording your experience with your condition, that we can use it to help others with it in the future. Think of it this way, the words you write down today regarding your troubles could one day save someone else in the same situation you're finding yourself in now. Hearing the second point, a cheeky grin rose up on Naruto's face as he said, I'd be a hero. Nodding in agreement, Irika replied, You'd be a hero. With a quick fist pump into the air, Naruto leapt across Irika's desk, hugging his once again teacher. Returning the hug, Irika calmed Naruto down before seating him to begin the first session of reading practice. In a tree. Same day. Operative Lone, Orange reporting in. Do you copy? Over. Loud and clear, operative. What do you have to report? Over. The zone I'm watching swaps guards every hour. There is a gap of 1 minute and 37 seconds between guards. Over. When is the next swap? Over. In exactly 10 minutes. Over. Excellent. Be ready. Reinforcements will arrive in cat form in 9 minutes. Be ready. You're the leader of this operation. Over and out. Copy that. Over and out. A soul clone of Naruto was skillfully blending in with the tree he was sat in. Superhuman levels of patience were engaged, as far as Naruto is concerned. The zone he was in charge of was the Umbu headquarters. Waiting for several more minutes, the Naruto clone transformed into an orange cat. Before jumping down from the tree he was in and merging in with a newly arrived group of black cats. Gradually creeping closer to their target, the group of cats, led by the orange cat, waited patiently for their time to strike. Suddenly, a shadowy figure flashed down from a roof near the Umbu headquarters, before merging in with the passing pedestrians and walking off. It was time to strike. The group of cats rushed forward, jumping in unison at a wall, before turning into mice midair and landing inside of a drainage pipe. Rapidly crawling up through the drainage pipe, they arrived on the roof of the Umbu headquarters. Using their now miniature forms, they crawled beneath the door before descending into the headquarters. Rapidly navigating through the intentionally confusing design of the building, they soon found what they were looking for, the locker room. In and out in less than 5 seconds. It was a record for Naruto. In the same way they came in, the group of mice left. Soon reaching the ground again, they scattered, careful to not leave a trail behind. The job was a success. Operative Lone Orange dodged into a bathroom, before re-emerging not as a mouse, but as a brown-haired boy. Grinning to himself, he hurried towards Ichiraku's for some ramen. He had to make it there before the other successful operatives got the same idea after their jobs. Returning to his apartment, smile on his face, Naruto ignored the glares from the surrounding villagers. His lesson for the day with Irika had actually gone great, despite his dislike for reading. Opening the door to his apartment, he immediately slammed the door shut, stopping for a moment to think before slowly opening it again to confirm what he had seen. And just like the first time he opened his door, the sight before him was unbelievable. His apartment was clean. No, that was an understatement. It was spotless. It was never clean, much less this clean, which led to his obvious surprise at the situation. Entering into his apartment, Naruto soon found himself face to face with several clones, each holding several radios. Even as he walked close to the sight before him, he could hear conversations happening, not only between the clones in the room, but also to presumably other clones on the other side of the radios. A lot of questions emerged in Naruto's mind. Where did all these radios come from? Why was the apartment so clean? But most importantly, what are y'all doing? Instantly, all the Naruto clones' heads snapped in his direction. Their faces were painted with various forms of panic and worry, before quickly becoming relieved, seeing it was just the original. Who was in charge of watching the door? What if someone else had walked in? Several clones chimed, "Not me," before one sheepishly raised his hand, "I was." Several groans emerged, before the clone who had asked the question just pointed towards the door. Nodding his head in acceptance, the guilty clone passed by Naruto before sitting in front of the door and staring. The questioning clone quickly flashed through the hand signs for, creating a clone that promptly walked over to Naruto. "I'm sure you're curious. The head clone made me to catch you up to speed." Head clone. Yeah, head clone. He was in charge of everything while you were gone. We drew lots. He won. He's the leader. But that's beside the point. He's the one who split us up into the communication squad, the recon squad, and the extra hand squad, which was formerly the cleaning squad. This confused Naruto. He remembered telling the clones to find something to do, but this wasn't exactly what he had in mind, whatever it was that was happening. Wait a minute, what's this about squads? I get the communication squad. It's these guys with the radios. But what about the recon and extra hand squads? What are they doing besides the cleaning? Already expecting that question, the clone was ready with the answer. Well, while you weren't here to vote for the head clone, you also weren't here for the what should we do vote. We decided on one, cleaning up the apartment, because let's be real, it was kind of filthy. And two, pull the mother of all pranks, what could be our final big one, being as we are about to be officials ninjas starting tomorrow. Might not have time, you know. The picture was complete in Naruto's mind. What were a group of clones of him supposed to do with their free time? One only needs to ask themselves, what would Naruto do to get the answer? And it came down to two options, eat ramen or pull a prank. Considering that eating ramen did not take long, that really left one option for the group, pull a prank. The problem being it, of course, had to be a prank large enough to satisfy all the Narutos and let each one contribute. When Naruto had left the apartment, he had left behind 7 clones. Considering there were 8 clones in his apartment at the moment, with the head clone having just made a new one in front of him, who knows how many clones were out around the city at the moment with that many radios being needed. The thought of the ensuing chaos and hilarity brought a grin to his face. It was a new note in his mind regarding the capabilities of his clones. Large, hands-free pranks could be done. And as he thought about it more, they couldn't even be linked back to him as long as he had a solid alibi. After all, how could he possibly be in 2 places at once? Moving up to the table, the head clone naturally deferred the head position to the original. So, what do we got cooking? Murmurs began to resound as the clones began to talk over one another. Naruto calmly raised his hand, silencing them, before he turned to the head clone. Head clone, explain please, if you don't mind. Smiling, certainly boss. It's quite simple. We've planned out glitter bombs, paint sprays, stink bombs. You name we got it. We brought out every classic. What makes this different, however, is who we've targeted this time. Who are we targeting that is so different? That's the thing. We're going after everyone simultaneously. The Umbu, the Akimichis, the Naras, the Yamanakas, every clan in Konoha, minor and major, will be getting hit with something today. Won't we get in a lot of trouble for all this? Smile growing wider, the head clone innocently replied, but how could it possibly have been little old Naruto? He spent the entire duration of the incident with his former teacher, Irika. Naruto silently beat himself up. He had just thought of using his clones to conduct pranks while he found himself an alibi. He just hadn't considered that it would be implemented before he had even thought of it. Of course, once people learn that we can use clones to pull pranks while we are elsewhere, they'll probably get mad at us again, but by then it'll be far too late. Breaking out into a laugh, the head clone returned his attention to the table, where the rest of the clones were waiting patiently. Naruto naturally turned his head to the clones as well, looking at them with a questioning glance. Is it done? The head clone asked. All the clones promptly replied, done. Catching on, Naruto grinned to himself. Well then, I guess it's time to sit back and watch the fireworks. In unison, the Naruto clones left the apartment before climbing up to the roof to wait for the results of their operation. Naruto's apartment. Morning. As Naruto woke up, he groggily felt around his body, touching each spot that he'd been hurt the night before. Fortunately, most of the injuries had healed overnight, leaving nothing that would inhibit him in the first day of his duties as a ninja. Getting out of bed, he tossed some bread in his toaster before making his way to his bathroom to wash his face off. Taking a moment to look in the mirror, he noticed that the cut above his left eye was already beginning to scar. With his attention grabbed, he started to look at his face from various angles before dejectedly muttering to himself, "At least the scar doesn't look that bad. If anything, maybe it makes me a little more handsome." Done in the bathroom, he returned to getting ready for the day, all the while thinking back on the aftermath of yesterday's prank. Naruto and his clones had been sitting on the roof of his apartment for roughly 20 minutes before the first shouts roared throughout the village. As if it were a ritual, cries of "Naruto" and "that damn brat" were amongst the majority. As time went on, more and more screams erupted from around the village as each clan began to fall into the pranks that were left for them. One would think that Naruto would hide or begin to run, But as part of the game in his own mind, he would wait for the first person to show up before he began his escape. Naruto and his clones were growing more restless by the second, as they'd only really pranked one clan at a time in the past. Thus, they were starting to feel uncomfortable as they realized the scale of the resulting chase that would ensue. Even so, none of them budged. It would feel like cheating if they had left ahead of time. At least they could take comfort in their numbers. That is, until one of the clones let out an "oh shit" that naturally gathered the group's attention. As they turned to him, he quickly said, "Our alibi won't mean a thing if they see all us clones," immediately popping himself as soon as he finished the words. If what he said didn't get through to them, the rush of memories quickly did, as each clone popped themselves. In one instant, Naruto was once again alone. Wincing from the sudden influx of memories, Naruto began to chuckle to himself at some of the more comedic moments in the memories before getting himself ready to run. Just in time, too, as a shoe flew past his head, narrowly missing him as he ducked out of reflex. Spotting the culprit out of the corner of his eye, an angry mother of the Kurama clan, Naruto leapt into motion. Quickly scaling the fence on the edge of the roof of his apartment, Naruto jumped down to lower roof nearby. The moment his feet were about to touch the roof, already bracing himself to land, Naruto was suddenly kicked from the side by an angry Hyuga clansman. Unexpectedly launched in a different direction, Naruto quickly grabbed onto the edge of the roof before he fell off to the ground. Seeing several more Hyuga clansmen charge at him across the roof, he abandoned any thought of staying. He braced himself against the building next to the one he was dangling from and slid down between the two of them into the alley below. Upon reaching the ground, he heard shouts, "The brat's in the alleyway! Cover both entrances, don't let him escape." Thinking fast, he transformed into a rat and crawled back up to the roof through a drainage pipe for the gutters. He could hear his pursuers trying to figure out where he was hiding down below, and as panicked as he was growing, he was starting to lose it. Luckily, the experiences of all his previous chases guided him, as he patiently peeked out from his spot in the gutter to see if the roof was clear. There was a single Hyuga clansman still left on the roof, fortunately, not one using the weird eye technique they liked to use when chasing him. While his back was still turned, he scampered off, sneaking behind him, before transforming back into his normal form to make the jump to the next building. As he flew over the gap between the two buildings, he heard from below, "I see him, I see the brat. He's hopping between the rooftops." Once again, the intense pursuit was on. Rolling upon landing on the other roof, Naruto dodged several thrown objects before jumping into the air to dodge yet another volley. Grinning from his successful escape thus far, a rock smashed into the side of his head. Dazed, and with blood gushing out, covering his left eye, Naruto quickly began to move once more, ignoring the particularly dangerous force that was employed in his capture. Suddenly much more serious than before, Naruto jumped off the roof he was on, transforming into a rat midair and flying into an apartment through an open window. Rubbing the blood out of his eye as he undid his transformation, he calmly made his way through the apartment and out the front door, being careful to lock it again behind him. Temporarily, he had lost his pursuers. Taking a moment to collect himself, unsure of why they were being so hostile this time around, Naruto adjusted his headband, using it to cover the gash above his eye and keep the blood out of his face. Needing some help this time around, Naruto created a clone, which upon forming, instantly popped, updating any of his remaining clones as to the situation he was in. Readying himself, Naruto jumped off the apartment building's veranda and was once again instantly spotted. Landing on the street below, he was surrounded by ninja from various clans. Already prepared for this, Naruto quickly flashed through the hand signs for the Shadow Clone Jutsu, intentionally performing it wrong and creating a massive cloud of smoke. All the failed attempts at the technique that night before Iruka had found him had found a surprising use as an impromptu smoke creation technique. Transforming into one of the ninja who had surrounded him, Naruto carefully made his way out of the encirclement while the ninja were distracted. Fortunately, none of them were Umbu or a Hyuga, as both groups had methods to deal with such vision denial tricks. Casually making his way into a nearby alleyway, Naruto once again undid his transformation to kickstart the pursuit once more. Dashing out of the alleyway, Naruto was instantly subdued by an Umbu that had been lying in wait. Taken completely by surprise, Naruto had no way of resisting, especially when the Umbu normally went easy on him, like it was a game. Hey, what's the deal? That was so anticlimactic. Listen to me, Uzumaki Naruto. We like to continue the game just as much as you do, but we can't this time. Unfortunately, some bad elements have slipped into the pursuit this time, as we're sure you are aware. So, the chase ends here. Resigned, Naruto nodded his head, agreeing that the chase this time seemed more dangerous than usual. Wait a minute, we? Who's we? Upon saying those words, Naruto was suddenly acutely aware that he was surrounded by 3 agents of the Umbu, all sporting colorful masks. Now if you'll come with us, we're to keep you safe while the various clans calm down. Naruto had been forcibly taken into Umbu custody for his safety. Finished with his breakfast, and with his signature orange jumpsuit on, Naruto left to the academy to figure out his assignment. He hoped he would get paired with Sakura, or maybe somebody new at the very least, like Shino. He didn't really have any hopes of having Shikamaru or Choji on his team with the next iteration of the Ino Shikicho formation on the way. Ducking through a couple alleyways, including one he had passed through the day before, Naruto arrived back at the academy in a short amount of time. Making his way to the room where their assignments would be given out, Naruto found himself in an almost empty room. For one of the first times in his life, outside of pranks, Naruto had been one of the earliest students to the school. He calmly made his way to seat and sat down, intent on peacefully waiting. After the previous day, he was still pretty tired, and he found himself slowly dozing off. Some time passed, and he heard his classmates enter the room every now and then. He only got up after quite some time had passed, and not really of his own volition. Choji had entered the room, bag of chips in hand, with Shikamaru following slowly behind. Scanning the room, Choji spotted some open seats for the two, only they were next to something interesting. Naruto. Didn't Naruto fail the test? Why is he here? Shrugging to himself, only one way to find out. Come on, Shikamaru, I see some open seats next to Naruto over there. Speaking of which, didn't he fail the final test? Shikamaru opened his half-closed eyes, intrigued. Naruto had failed his test. Why would he be here? Don't know. Curious. Only one way to find out. Taking the lead this time, Shikamaru walked over to where Naruto was sleeping, with Choji tagging along. Sitting in a seat next to Naruto, Shikamaru waited, not willing to disturb another man's slumber, even to fulfill his own curiosity. Fortunately, he would not have to wait long, as shortly after he sat down, Irika entered the room. Walking to the front of the class, Irika started, "You all know why you're here, so I won't waste your time." As curious as he was, the assignment was more important, so Shikamaru forced himself to look forward and pay attention to what Irika was saying. Team 7 will be comprised of Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Kurama Daisuke under the leadership of Jonin Hatake Kakashi. Team 8 will be comprised of Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino under the leadership of Jonin Yuhi Kurinai. Team 9 is still under use. Team 10 will be comprised of Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji under the leadership of Jonin Sarutobi Asuma. Wait here for your Jonin instructors. That will be all. Not surprised with who he was teamed with, although he was a bit curious about his Jonin instructor, Shikamaru went to talk with Choji to pass the time. Just as Shikamaru opened his mouth, Irika left the room while saying, "Oh, and Naruto, come with me for your assignment." Remembering why he and Choji had specifically sat down next to Naruto, Shikamaru snapped his head around to talk to Naruto before he left, only to be left in a stupor as he caught sight of what appeared to be a massive scar beneath Naruto's headband. Not able to ask his question out of astonishment, Shikamaru watched as Naruto left the room to follow Irika. Naruto entered Irika's office, following right behind him. Thoughts were racing through his mind the entire walk over. Why didn't I hear my name before? Was my graduation rejected? Does it not count for some reason? Maybe it's punishment for stealing the scroll? Or for the prank yesterday? But before Naruto could dig up every crime or transgression he had committed within the past year, Irika broke him out of his thoughts and calmed him down with one sentence. Don't worry, Naruto. You are still a genin. That won't change. Relief washed over Naruto. That was the biggest worry he had, resolved in one sentence. The reason why you're here talking to me is for another reason. And honestly, as your teacher and friend, a part of me wishes your graduation was rejected. A look of betrayal now emerged on his face. Irika had been the one to give him the pass. Why would he say something like that? Especially now. What? Why would you say that, Irika-sensei? I know how it sounds, but let me explain. It's because your assignment. My assignment? Naruto didn't quite understand. He hadn't received an assignment. Wait a minute. If I graduated and am officially a genin, why was I not assigned a jonin instructor? Naruto waited for Irika to explain. No matter what he thought of, it probably wouldn't be right. Naruto, your promotion to genin was a field promotion. Essentially, your promotion was not through normal avenues. Not through normal avenues. That does not sound good. So, I'm still a genin, anyhow, right? Why does that matter? Taking a moment to think, Irika explained, you know how each group of genin is split into a 3-man cell with a jonin as their instructor. Yeah. There are no other genin to pair you with. And since a squad with a single jonin and genin would be unbalanced, it would be inefficient for you to be paired with one. Naruto did not like where this was going. Naruto, you're now considered a roaming genin, not a part of any squad. Internally, Naruto was screaming, what does that mean? What does that mean? Trying to stay calm, Naruto stammered out. Then what I'm going to do? Who's going to train me? Irika then told Naruto the best news he heard that day. Well, it's not all bad. Have you ever heard of the Eternal Genin? He's offered to teach you the ropes. Konoha Clan Meeting Hall. The discussions about new laws and old laws had finally ceased, marking what would normally be the end of the bi-weekly meeting of clan heads. Although tedious, Hiruzen knew the value of these discussions in preventing unrest and keeping the various clans under control. They needed a place to regularly voice their opinion to the Hokage, and it gave them hope in influencing the politics and policies of the village. It also served as an excellent ground to establish market dealings with other clans, as well as planning out the intermingling of the clan heirs. But Hiruzen's age was getting to him. It had gradually become harder to focus during the meetings, and at every one he would fantasize about retiring once more. This meeting, however, he found himself easily able to focus during, not out of a renewed vigor, but instead due to the mission he was to complete by the end of the meeting. Clearing his throat, the moderator spoke. Well then, if no one else has an object to discuss during today's meeting, I will officially close this day's bi-weekly meeting. Coughing, Hiruzen interrupted the moderator before he could finish. Yes, Honorable Hokage-sama. The attention of the various clan leaders was now on him. Used to the pressure from years of service as Hokage, Hiruzen calmly spoke. I believe that we should discuss young Uzumaki Naruto's pranks, being that every clan was involved in yesterday's mayhem, including my own. Several clan leaders nodded their heads at Hiruzen's suggestion. Hiruzen thought to himself that the clan leaders nodding their heads along to his suggestion must be thinking, the old bat finally says something relevant to my clan. Internally laughing at his joke, Hiruzen waited for the moderator to carry out the vote on whether to discuss the topic at the day's meeting. It was more of a formality, really, as it would be political suicide to vote against discussing a topic brought up by the Hokage. The moderator waited a moment for the vote to occur before announcing, by my count, it seems the vote was unanimous. Well then, Let the discussion of Uzumaki Naruto's pranks on the clans begin. The Kurama clan head was the first to speak out. I for one think the boy should be punished for his actions. He is a genin now, is he not? Such behavior is not very becoming of a ninja of Konoha, as fresh as he may be. Another clan head responded, Are you sure that's your own opinion talking? Or is it just that you're afraid of your wife's reaction if you don't speak out against the boy? Several clan heads laughed at the obvious joke, shortly quieting down to let the discussion continue. Next, the Inabe clan head spoke. Honestly, regardless of our opinions as the heads of our clans, what matters is what our clansmen think. My clan, for one, was furious over yesterday's spectacle, and as their spokesman, I am forced to vote for punishing the boy. That was a point the majority of the clan heads could agree with. It was their job to seek punishment for the boy. Furthermore, I fear that if we do not punish the boy in some way, our clansmen may take it into their own hands. While I can stop them from physically harming the boy, that won't stop them from finding others' way to hurt him or interfere with his duties as a shinobi. The momentum of the meeting was tilting towards the punishment of Naruto, something Hiruzen did not want to see happen. His objective in the meeting that day was to protect the young boy, and it was looking increasingly unlikely that that would happen. An unexpected helper soon came to Hiruzen's aid and completely flipped the meeting's momentum on its head. That helper came in the form of Hyuga Hayashi. I, for one, would like to see the young boy's talents used to benefit the village. Instantly, all murmurs and discussions went silent. The second most powerful man in the village had spoken out in favor of Naruto, much to the surprise of all the clan heads gathered, Hiruzen included. Hayashi was a serious man and seemed the type to possess a zero-tolerance policy when it came to such foolish actions, such as pranks. It made one curious. What did he see that the other clan heads had overlooked? The Kurama clan head, ever outspoken, naturally asked, What do you mean? What talents? Pranking people and getting off scot-free? Smugness in his eyes, Hayashi continued. Well, for one, although this cannot be confirmed to be directly linked to the boy and his pranks, one of my younger clansmen had been having trouble activating his Byakugan for the first time. Pausing for a moment, as if to draw out the suspense, that is, until he attempted to activate it after having participated in the chase of the Uzumaki boy. Gasps of shock thundered from around the room. The information was shocking to the point of disrupting the clan heads' level heads. The strongest clan in Konoha could potentially be able to activate their famed dojutsu through chasing a freshly graduated genin. It was unbelievable. And naturally, there were voices who spoke out against the idea. That could just be a coincidence. Don't you Hyuga train since childhood to activate your Byakugan? It's probably just the accumulated effort of your clansmen finally coalescing, allowing them to break through at long last. Hiruzen thought to himself, be that as it may. The possibility that something about Naruto and his chases acting as a catalyst in activating dojutsu is critical for the village to look into. The possibility alone should be enough for him to avoid any punishment. Mood improving, Hiruzen continued listening, ready to jump in if the discussion once again turned against his young protege. His worry, however, was not needed, as soon Akimichi Choza spoke up. While not fully credible, the possibility should still be looked into, and that should be enough for the boy to avoid any punishment. However, more importantly than that possibility is the tangible talents that the boy possesses. Cooperating with his longtime friend, Yamanaka and Noichi followed up, Yes, I agree. The boy clearly displays an almost unnatural level of talent in escaping pursuits, subterfuge, and trapping. And the final blow of the trio, the Jonin commander of Konoha, Narashikaku, continued. Can someone explain how a mere genin sneaks into every clan compound, including the Hyugas, and sets up various pranks, which could have been traps, all whilst completely avoiding detection? That thought process got the clan heads thinking and sweating. How did the boy do it? In one day, no less. If that weren't enough, the Kurama clan head unintentionally piled on when he muttered, Didn't all those pranks go off at the same time as well? What if they had been traps? Half the clan ninja in the village would be dead or injured. Suddenly the room was silent again, and as the Kurama clan head raised his head to see why, he found himself at the center of attention. Realizing that he had accidentally spoken aloud, he used the opportunity created by his blunder to continue speaking, hoping to garner some form of reputation. The end result is that the boy is dangerous, even ignoring his role as you-know-what. It remains to be seen whether the threat he poses will be towards other villages or ourselves. It was time for Hiruzen to speak up before the conversation once more turned against Naruto. I have no doubt in my mind, as Hokage, that the boy will not turn his back on Konoha. The attention of the room once more turned towards the Hokage, who had been silent the entire meeting, save for introducing the current topic of discussion. Lord Hokage, how can you be sure? We've already established the boy's talents in the field of subterfuge. It is not a stretch to say he would be able to hide his intentions. The Kurama clan head, as young as he was, had been rather vocal in the day's meeting. Already, he had spoken out against Naruto not once, but twice. Hiruzen was not surprised. The young clan head had only risen to his position following the Ninetales attack. Once more, however, an unforeseen ally spoke in favor of Naruto. At the very least, the Uzumaki has never been observed retaliating against his fellow villager, despite being the subject of all manners of abuse during each chase following one of his pranks. Hayashi, Hiruzen questioned, clearly hinting for him to continue. Ignoring previous chases in the one that occurred yesterday, I have heard from my clansmen that the boy had been seen bleeding from his head. Evidently, someone had found it acceptable to injure the boy. Even so, the boy still employed non-aggressive methods of escaping capture. As far as I am aware, none of those who pursued him had so much as a bruise. Once again, the Hyuga clan leader had brought up a point no one had thought of, or at least mentioned. It left the various clan heads lost in thought, trying to remember a case that would disprove what was said. Hiruzen saw his opportunity and pressed his advantage. Based on reports from the Umbu, Naruto has endured the jeers and harassment from the village for years now. And while he has fought back in some cases, it was not anything lethal, with him losing most, if not all, of those fights. In reality, the worst thing he's done is his pranks. With the two most powerful men in the room having now directly spoken for his rather lack of aggression, the clan head stopped trying to think of a way to refute the point. Even the Kurama clan head was silent. The silence was broken by the Inabe clan head. Well then, let's suppose the boy is totally loyal to the village. Why don't we then use him for the talents he has displayed? The boy is too young to participate in the sabotage and subterfuge efforts of the village. The Inabe clan head answered, "You're thinking in the wrong direction. What if we use him not to exploit the weaknesses of other villages, but instead to improve on the weaknesses of our own? He could, at the very least, point out the ways he entered each one of our clan compounds undetected, allowing us to fix those gaps in our defenses." Voices broke out as various clan heads began to speak over one another, arguing about who would get to employ the boy's services first. "Silence!" Hiruzen shouted, silencing the room. "The village will employ young Naruto as a counter-infiltration specialist, and those who wish to see their clan compound's defenses tightened will have to go through the village to hire his services." There was a pause before he continued. "Am I clear? No one is to directly bother the boy and interfere with his duties." The room chorused a yes, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen kept pushing. "Now, if we will continue the matter at hand." Hayashi mentioned possible improvements in one of his clan members following yesterday's chase. Can any clan head think of anything similar regarding the members of their clan? Each clan leader began to comb through their memories, searching for anything that jumped out at them. The Kurama clan head was the first one to speak up, surprisingly, in favor of Naruto. As much as I hate to admit it, comparing the response of my clansmen each time we've been pranked, there is a noticeable improvement in one aspect: speed of mobilization. The Inabe clan head nodded along. I'm in agreement. While I cannot speak for other clans, my clansmen have improved in a similar manner. From the first prank to yesterday's, my clansmen time spent to mobilize in pursuit of the boy has almost halved. Every clan head began to nod along, as their clans, too, had improved in that aspect. They also all understood the importance. If an invasion were to occur, this response time could save the village a lot of hurt. I have something else to add. The Ishida clan head spoke. My son, who is a genin and regularly participates in the pursuit of the Uzumaki boy, holds the record for the fastest capture of Tora. That was shocking news. Tora was practically a ninja cat, having escaped its owner so many times that it was considered an expert in avoiding detection and evading pursuit. For that reason, the mission to capture Tora was considered a high-value one by the village, as it trained genin's teamwork and capture skills. It seemed like Naruto could serve a similar purpose in training his pursuers, except to an even higher degree than that of Tora. It seems that it is important that these chases continue to happen. The question is, how do we continue them while lowering the aggression pointed towards the boy? Inoichi had asked a difficult question. Several minutes passed with no clear answers given. Sensing that more time would not help, at least not more time in the meeting hall, Hiruzen moved to conclude the meeting. Perhaps that is a question for us clan heads to think about between now and the next meeting. We've already spent plenty of time talking about young Naruto and his escapades. It could also be a question that requires us to discuss with our clansmen to find a solution. Agreement spread throughout the hall as the mediator once again concluded the meeting. Only this time, no one interrupted him. A smiling Hiruzen left the meeting hall to return home, thinking to himself, maybe your dreams aren't so far-fetched, Naruto. It seems like those who are influential in the village are slowly coming to support you, even if they don't realize it yet. Ninja Academy. Morning. As Naruto arrived at the academy and began looking around for the man he was supposed to meet with, he was approached by a rather old figure sporting a large pan on his back. Before Naruto could open his mouth, the old man spoke. Hello, young man. I am Mariboshi Kosuka, also known as the Eternal Genin. If I'm not wrong, you must be Naruto, correct? Nodding his head, Naruto remembered Iruka's warning from the day before. Although the man before him was referred to as the Eternal Genin, he was not to look down on him. Despite his looks and title, the man was widely considered to be one of the strongest ninja in the village. His age also showed his experience, having it served as a genin for 50-some years. Iruka had forcibly ingrained respect for the man in Naruto and made sure to emphasize the volume of information he could learn from him. And so, Naruto remained calm and collected. Contrary to popular belief, Naruto excelled at keeping calm. After all, it was an invaluable asset when pranking others and when needing to tolerate the villagers' abuse towards him. It was especially easy when it was in front of someone he actually had respect for. Kosuke was surprised. The Naruto before him looked nothing like the rumors portrayed him. Sure, the orange jumpsuit was present, but not the over-energetic and childish attitude that was expected. That was part of the reason why he had asked whether he was talking to Naruto, not stated. You're not quite what I was expecting. Sir. Well, we can treat this as a first lesson of sorts, I suppose. I'm sure you are aware that part of a shinobi's duties is information gathering, including rumors and the like. Naruto was aware that shinobi needed to gather information. However, he wasn't aware that rumors were involved. Rumors weren't really reliable information, after all, so why would a shinobi waste their time with them? Yeah, I get that we were supposed to gather info, but aren't rumors like super unreliable? Why bother with them? It was a good question. Once again surprising Kosuke, Naruto was supposed to be a poor student. One wouldn't think that a poor student would be particularly adept at asking questions. It could be a fluke, but Kosuke noted it down in his mind, hoping to ascertain with time whether or not the boy was actually stupid, like the rumors had also suggested. Good question. Let's think about it for a moment and use you as an example. Me? Naruto couldn't really see how he would serve as a good example of rumors, but he let the man continue, certain he must have some sort of point. Why else would he bring it up? Yes, you. Before our meeting today, I conducted some information gathering about you. If I was to be ready to teach you, I had to know more about you. That information gathering naturally included rumors about you. Naruto had already been paying attention to the man, but that really grabbed his attention. What were the rumors about him saying? And what were those rumors? Sensing the young boy's interest and growing excitement, Kosuke continued, that you were a young brat who liked to wear an obnoxious orange jumpsuit, that you loved to pull pranks and were the bottom of your class, that you were loud and childish. Naruto looked almost hurt. He thought the man was going to discuss the rumors about him, not outright insult him and his sense of fashion. Such rumors are why I decided to use you as an example. As looking deeper into them, we can learn how to pick apart rumors for valuable information and then cross-reference that information with another source. Unable to contain himself, Naruto burst out, "Valuable information? What valuable information? Those were just insults." Chuckling at having gotten a rise out of the boy, Kosuke waved his hand, quieting Naruto down so he could continue the lesson. Yes, I understand. At first glance, it just seems like insults, but that's only if we don't dig deeper into them. For example, I believe we can both confirm that your jumpsuit is, in fact, orange. Well, yeah, that's kind of obvious, isn't it? That may be so, but did you ever consider that people considering your jumpsuit to be obnoxious is a sign that is not considered fashionable? That statement also got a rise out of Naruto. Kosuke had directly insulted his sense of fashion by saying that. Hey, what's wrong with my jumpsuit? We'll get back to that later. For now, rumors. On to the next one. You like to pull pranks. Having seen some of the outcomes, I can confirm that to be true. Thus, no need to cross-reference. But let me ask you this. What sort of valuable information does that rumor contain? That got Naruto thinking. He didn't really see any valuable information in that rumor. Maybe that he was a fun guy, but that wasn't the most vital of information to a shinobi. Unless maybe to befriend the guy to gather more information. Having nothing else to go off of, Naruto just directly told Kosuke those thoughts. While that may be true and a viable possibility, as fun-loving as a ninja may be, they will still usually keep a tight lip on any information they hold. Why don't you try thinking about it from the point of view of planning an attack on yourself? What does pranks have to do with fighting someone or attacking someone? He has to be saying this all for a reason, right? He wouldn't mislead me or anything. Kosuke and Naruto stood there, with Naruto thinking about the answer and Kosuke patiently waiting. Maybe I need to think about it in the reverse. How could I use my pranks to protect myself from an attacker? That's it. Some of my pranks could easily be swapped out for traps or the like. And along with that train of thought, if things got hairy, I've got plenty of experience in running away. I got it. I understand. Surprised by the boy's sudden outburst, Kosuke refocused his attention on him. It's like this. Doesn't pulling pranks use similar skills as trapping? In your example, if I heard this rumor and I was going to attack myself, I should be worried about what sorts of traps I could employ. Kosuke was impressed. Honestly speaking, it hadn't taken the boy too long to arrive at the conclusion he was hoping to hear. Ready to continue with the lesson, he was surprised even further by what Naruto said next. Following along that train of thought, we can go even further. I'm always getting chased down after my pranks, and occasionally I even manage to escape from members of the Umbu. Thus, if I were to attack myself, I should watch out for attempts to escape, perhaps employing some anti-escape methods. Regardless of how I do it, the point is that it would be something to watch out for. It was above and beyond what Kosuke had expected. Sure, some of the information was not a part of the rumors he had mentioned, but could he really blame the boy for using information he had already known? No, cross-referencing info was part of the lesson. The boy just naturally did it without realizing. Good. That was a great answer. Naruto couldn't contain his grin. It wasn't often that he got praise for his answers to questions. In fact, He couldn't remember a single time when he was in the academy that he received praise for his answer to a question. Usually he was lucky if he didn't get yelled at. What about the next rumor? The one about you being the bottom of your class. Regardless of truth, that one still stung for Naruto to hear, and Kosuke had expected that Naruto might have another eruption of anger at hearing it. But Naruto had been full of curveballs for Kosuke that day. Instead of the outburst he was expecting, Naruto just calmly stood there, lost in thought. At that, Kosuke finally wrote the rumor that Naruto was a hothead off in his mind. Sure, the boy had his moments, but overall, he could actually be considered somewhat calm considering his upbringing. While Kosuke thought all of this, Naruto's mind was spinning. Bottom of the class. Bottom of the class. What cold, hard facts are contained there? If I were to attack myself, what weaknesses could I exploit? Once again, Naruto thought for a couple minutes before explaining to Kosuke his answer in a much calmer manner than the first time. Well, the academy grades are composed of 4 main subjects, right? You got the theory classes, taijutsu, shurikenjutsu, and the basic 3. Since each subject is weighted roughly equally, and you need at least a passing grade of 50% in each to graduate, you can assume that the bottom of the class is weak in at least 2 or 3 of the subjects. Kosuke nodded along. It was a start, and not a lot of information to go off of, so the answer was good enough. However, Naruto wasn't finished as he continued. If we consider that there are actually only 3 types of subjects, with theory being one, jutsu another, and then with taijutsu and shurikenjutsu paired up, it lowers the number of variables. Most people are at least good at one subject, with another subject being average and the third being barely passable. The bottom of the class could reasonably be assumed to be average in one subject and bad at the other 2. The analysis was impressive to Kosuke, and he was sure that now Naruto was done speaking. Opening his mouth to talk, Kosuke was once more cut off by the young boy's enthusiastic talking. If we take into account the other rumor, that I'm childish, one might be able to assume that whoever said that was trying to be nice, and what they really meant was foolish or stupid. One wouldn't really consider being bad at taijutsu or jutsu to make someone stupid, so that must point towards bad grades in the theory classes. Of course, I'm kind of skipping some steps and have an unfair advantage because I'm me after all, I know my grades. But so far, I think everything is a reasonable conclusion. Already crossing the rumors about the boy's foolishness out of his brain, Kosuke waited for the boy to tell him he was finished answering, no longer having any doubts about the boy's intellect. Moving on, it's not actually important to know exactly whether or not my taijutsu or jutsu is better, because while the jutsu taught at the academy can have their uses, they aren't really the best techniques in an actual fight. Thus, that means our target, me, is only left with taijutsu and shurikenjutsu, which if we assume I'm best at, that leaves us with a pretty accurate representation of the target's strength and what to expect. Whoever spread the rumor that the boy was childish deserved a death sentence. If that answer and analysis was considered childish in Konoha, every other nation should be paralyzed in fear at the mere mention of the Konoha Information Corps. The boy shows a lot of talent in the field of information analysis. How is this not noticed in the academy? In fact, with his brain, how could he do poorly in theory classes? It should practically be his specialty. Curiosity engaged, Kosuke decided to directly ask the boy himself. He had to know. Maybe he just didn't put in the effort? Naruto, first off, I'm thoroughly impressed. Although, like you said, you have some unfair advantages, that was still an extremely good analysis based on very little information. In fact, it was so good that now I'm curious. Whether you realize it or not, you are very clearly quite intelligent. So how does a smart lad like yourself find himself flunking theory classes in the academy? Upon hearing the word intelligent in relation to himself, Naruto got a sheepish grin as he unconsciously looked away, embarrassed. He had never even dreamed that someone would think he was smart, much less did he expect to hear it so directly. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto responded, grin still on his face. Well, as it turns out, I learned recently from Irika-sensei that I have something called dyslexia. I still don't fully get what it entails, but Irika-sensei told me it's why sometimes when I'm reading words can look like they are in code. Not fully knowing what dyslexia was, having never heard of it, Kosuke lamented. From the way Naruto described his condition, it sounded to Kosuke like a genius, loyal to Konoha, had almost been lost. A couple follow-up questions if you don't mind answering them. Is this condition permanent? Also, how many words appear as if in code as you are reading? Yeah, it's not really a secret. Irika-sensei himself found most of the information in books. He told me that it was permanent and that I would have to learn to live with it. And I'd say probably somewhere between a third and half the words I see look like code. It's kind of hard to say for certain as I never really counted, you know? And sometimes it's only certain characters that look off, not the whole word. This information shook Kosuke to his core. This was a condition he had never heard about that could possibly be affecting who knows how many people, and the extra information made him even more impressed with the boy. How had he earned a passing grade without being able to read up to half the material? It was a small wonder the boy was a natural at information analysis. He had to do it every time he tried to read something just to understand it. Going against his own advice to gather information using rumors, Kosuke swore to never use rumors to judge Naruto again in the future. Not only were most of them false or inaccurate, but they also didn't look at the full story of the boy. In any case, Kosuke noted down all the information he had gotten from the boy in the back of his mind, resolved to spend some more time later on to do his own research. It was time for him to get back to his task at hand, teaching the young boy. Just to be certain, you don't need help with reading and writing, right? No worries. Irika-sensei's got me covered. We're meeting up next week for some practice. Relieved, Kosuke had been preparing to help teach the boy to read himself if he had to, if only to ensure that his intellect was not wasted. Entering into lecture mode, Kosuke took a deep breath before beginning. In that case, I'd say we can move on from information gathering and rumors for now. We can always do more training for that at a later time. More importantly is Lesson 2, picking and choosing missions to take. Now, unfortunately, you are a wandering genin, so you don't have a Jonin sensei to do this for you. You also can't take rank C missions by yourself, yet due to your inexperience, so that of course leaves rank Ds as your only option. Contrary to popular belief, rank Ds. Some road in Konoha. Later that day, Naruto could be seen walking the streets of Konoha, cat in his arms. He wasn't in his usual attire, however, instead sporting a look not unlike his new teacher, the Eternal Genin. Replacing the orange jumpsuit was a rather dark set of clothes. Black open-toed sandals, black shinobi pants, and standard-issue Konoha chainmail. The only difference in clothes between Naruto and his teacher, outside of the lack of a pant on his back, was that the dark brown tunic had been lost in favor of a black one with a dark orange hemming. Naruto had to resort to begging to get that small amount of orange in his new look. Luckily, the Eternal Genin had relented. As he walked, Naruto naturally thought back to his first interaction with the Eternal Genin, or Kosuke, as he had been told to call him. Following the lesson on information and rumors, Kosuke had talked about the various things Naruto needed to keep in mind when taking on work. Since he was a wandering, or career, genin, Naruto was responsible for taking on his own work, which included selecting missions, meeting with clients, and any other prerequisite work that needed to be handled. When on a mission, he would simultaneously be acting as the face of the operation, as well as the entirety of the workforce. As such, Kosuke had brought to Naruto to a clothing store and practically forced him to buy and switch into his new set of clothes. By the end of the impromptu shopping spree, Naruto had several sets of a new outfit he was expected to wear, and he was forced to promise to obtain a second opinion before he bought new outfits in the future. It had pained Naruto greatly to not be able to wear more of his favorite color, but he had promised Irika to respect and listen to Kosuke, despite it being complete bullshit in this case. Having gotten several new sets of clothes, Naruto quickly summoned a clone, handing the items over to it to bring back to his apartment for safekeeping. Thinking back on it, while not quite sure if he saw correctly, he could swear that Kosuke was somehow surprised at the sight of him using the shadow clone jutsu. He could have just seen it incorrectly, though, so he just continued on thinking about the rest of his time with Kosuke. The rest of their time together was actually quite short, as he only briefed Naruto on a couple more items pertaining to taking missions before promptly dumping him, leaving Naruto up to his own devices. As Kosuke had put it, no better way to learn than through practical experience. That was more or less what had transpired between the two. Left to fend for himself, Naruto had essentially gone into the mission center and selected a D rank at random. It was only after he had confirmed the mission for the third time that Naruto realized that the lady who was giving him the mission was also giving him a sympathetic look, almost as if she felt sorry for him. Not sure why he would be getting such looks, Naruto left the mission center with the details of his mission, D rank: find and capture Tora the cat. Nodding his head, happy with his choice, a simple mission like capturing a cat would net him around 10,000 Ryo. He'd just have to do it a couple more times for this month's rent to be handled. Chuckling to himself, he had rushed off to complete the mission, only to be on his way back to the mission center, cat in hand, in less than 10 minutes. Arriving back to the mission center, Naruto got spooked when the lady who had given him the mission practically launched herself out of her chair, seemingly stunned to see him. Questioningly, Naruto cautiously made his way up to the desk, where the lady was already frantically making a phone call. Not really paying attention to what she was saying, Naruto patiently waited for her to finish her phone call before he spoke. Hello. I'm Genin Uzumaki Naruto, in charge of the D-rank mission to capture Tora the cat, reporting in on the completion of the mission and requesting certification of the completion of the mission. Naruto confidently went through the script Kosuke had taught him for turning in a completed mission before quietly adding on, "Also, I'm new. Where do I put the cat?" Snapping out of her state of shock, the lady stamped Naruto's mission form, marking it as complete before she just uttered, "How?" Confused, Naruto asked, "How? How what?" Opening and closing her mouth a couple times, the lady finally managed to say, "How? How did you manage to capture Tora, the Tora, in what?" She looked at the clock on the wall. 10 minutes? Not really understanding what the big deal was, Naruto answered truthfully, "Well, the information included with the mission said the cat was lost somewhere in the park, so I started by heading over there. Naturally, I started looking from there. Getting into the mindset of the cat was a bit tricky, but I knew of a hollowed-out tree near a shop that has dried fish for sale. Sure enough, the cat was holed up there, munching on a stolen fish, so I snuck up on it and just grabbed it." Even as he explained what he did and thought over why it was such a big deal, Naruto couldn't find anything that jumped out at him. It was just a cat that he'd captured. Still in utter disbelief, the lady stiffly motioned for Naruto to follow her, as she said, "The cat can go here, in this carrier." Putting the cat away, Naruto thanked the lady, despite her weirdness, as he left the mission center, occasionally looking back, only to see the lady giving him a weird look as he left. Standing outside of the mission center, Naruto wasn't really too keen on taking another mission that day. He'd earned more than enough to get by just doing one mission a day. After all, he didn't have to split the money with anyone else. Not to mention the weird lady who was giving out missions that day. Thinking about what to do, he watched ninja come and go from the academy. Nothing too interesting. That is, until one group arrived. It looked like a Jonin with his 3 genin, and 2 of the genin were normal enough, just a Hyuga and a girl with her brown hair pulled up into 2 buns. However, the Jonin and the remaining genin were what was strange, both wearing full-body, green, spandex suits with what looked like giant, black caterpillars crawling on their faces. Looking closer, the caterpillars were just their eyebrows, but even still, it was a strange look, made even stranger by their close resemblance to one another. If they weren't father and son, they certainly could pass for a pair. Shaking his head, Naruto watched the odd group enter the mission center, before going back to thinking about what to do with the rest of his day. Maybe he should train? Or he could try to figure out reading. Indecisive, Naruto stood there long enough for the odd group to come back out of the mission center. Once again, they caught his attention, and he noticed that the two normal ones of the group quickly left, leaving the two figures dressed in green there talking. It was strange, though. Naruto thought he heard screams of the word youth, and it seemed to be getting brighter. Gai. He hurriedly used the Jinjutsu breaking technique to no avail, as the sun began to rise behind the pair as they embraced one another. Naruto cursed his past self for not having practiced breaking out of Jinjutsu more, resolving himself to practice more in the future. The only comfort he received in the moment was that nothing too bad should happen to him in the middle of the day in the village. Well, outside of the torture his eyes were currently going through. Finally, the two figures split apart, no longer hugging, and the Jinjutsu seemed to disappear. Wiping away the sweat that accumulating on his brow, Naruto watched as the taller figure ran off to who knows where, leaving the shorter green figure behind, alone. Despite what he had just witnessed, Naruto was curious. Who were they? What was that Jinjutsu? So, he approached the green figure to strike up a conversation. It wasn't like he had anything more important going on. Yo, what's up, man? The name's Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet ya. What was that Jinjutsu you two just used? The green figure, having been called on, quickly spun around to face Naruto, instinctively muttering, I can't use jutsu. Why does everyone ask about Jinjutsu when they talk to me? Seemingly brushing off, the green figure introduced himself as Rock Lee, Konoha's beautiful green wild beast. Uzumaki-san, yes? Would you mind if we moved while we talked? Not really concerned with moving and talking, Naruto replied, yeah, that's fine, only to start caring a lot more when Lee hopped up on his hands to walk. Not being able to contain himself at the peculiar behavior of his new friend, Naruto had to ask, why are you walking on your hands? Ah yes, Uzumaki-san, you must curious. It's great for training your arm strength and balance. I'd very much recommend trying it yourself if you haven't already. Honestly, the answer made sense to Naruto. Lee was training while on the go. It was really efficient, if a bit weird. Do you do that everywhere you go? Certainly not to the bathroom, at least. Seriously, Lee responded, if I can, yes. That is, unless I'm running instead. Naruto was amazed. Why do you need to train that much? Isn't that a lot? Don't you ever get tired or need to take a break? Nodding, or at least the best he could while upside down, Lee resolutely answered, it is tiring, and I won't take breaks. Maybe a genius like Neji can afford to take breaks, but not me. The only way for me to catch up and surpass him is to be working while he's resting. That shocked Naruto. What sort of genius was Neji? To push someone to walk on their hands everywhere, only to close the gap a tiny bit. And even crazier than the talent of this Neji guy was the dedication this guy had to surpassing him. I get working hard, but couldn't you try something else to beat this Neji guy? Like, I don't know, learn a new jutsu or two, and catch him by surprise. Half resigned, Lee replied, I am unable to mold nor use chakra. I was born with a malformed chakra network. Thus, the only way for me to defeat Neji and be a ninja is through taijutsu and the power of my body. Naruto was shaken. He had begun to think that he had had it bad, with being stupid and not able to read from the dyslexia. But here was someone who probably had it worse, unable to use chakra as ninja. It was inspiring, really. Despite his condition, he was still able to follow his dream of being a ninja and work so hard without falling into despair. Lee was an interesting guy, that much was certain, and his story got Naruto thinking. Wait a minute, he can't use chakra, and is trying to defeat a genius of a ninja with nothing but taijutsu and effort. He's got to be some sort of taijutsu master then, right? After all, it's the only thing he trains. I may be decent at taijutsu, but there is definitely something I can learn from this guy, because it's not like I have a sensei to learn from. Putting words and action to his thoughts, Naruto asked, Hey Lee, you only really train taijutsu, right? Flipping up on his feet, he nodded his head, now right side up, saying yeah. I mean, I do practice shuriken jutsu as well, but it's mostly taijutsu. Naruto was forced to start jogging, as Lee had started soon after getting off of his hands. Well then, do you think you could give me some advice on training on my taijutsu? Hesitating, it was Lee's turn to ask a question. I'd be more than happy to Uzumaki-san, but wouldn't your Jonin sensei mind? Don't you have missions to go on? Not to mention the training your sensei gives? Naruto casually replied, Yeah, that's not going to be an issue, you see. I'm a career genin. I don't got no Jonin sensei looking after me. That's part of the reason why I'm asking you for help. Don't really got anyone else to teach me, you know? Lee turned to Naruto in shock, still jogging. You don't have a sensei? Don't they send you back to the academy if you fail your sensei's graduation test? Naruto casually replied, Well, you see, I didn't technically graduate. I failed the test, but then some stuff happened, and I ended up getting a field promotion to genin. Turns out that sort of screwed up the system they had going, leaving me alone and without a jonin to guide me. Nodding and understanding, Lee shrugged. Must have been something big for you to get a field promotion while we're at peace. In any case, I can help you with your training whenever I'm not on missions or training with my team, in which case you can find me at Training Ground 8. That's where I train by myself, and if you see me there, you are more than welcome to join me. Thankful, Naruto opened his mouth to thank Lee, before being cut off before he was able to. Of course, you probably would want to be able to train on your own, regardless of my presence, right? Stammering out yeah? Naruto waited for Lee to continue speaking. In that case, I can recommend a few general exercises that you should be able to conduct by yourself. To start with, there's push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Pretty simple and can be done anywhere. If you go to the woods, you can also do exercise there like pull-ups or hanging sit-ups. All of that will build up your strength. For cardio, you should either jog, like we are now, or you can also walk on your hands like I did earlier. Swimming can also work as well. It was a lot of information all of a sudden, and Naruto tried to remember every word. Some of it he had heard before, but others, like using trees for certain exercises or swimming, was new. After pausing for a moment to let Naruto process the information, Lee carried on talking. If you buy yourself some weights, you can also do exercises with those. Although I'd recommend using body weights, and once advanced enough, chakra weights. Naruto had never heard of body weights, nor the apparently more advanced chakra weights. Not to mention Lee couldn't use chakra, right? What was the deal there? Lee, I got a question. Pausing his spiel, Lee turned to Naruto, yeah? First off, what are body weights and chakra weights? Secondly, I thought you couldn't use chakra, so what's the deal there with you and chakra weights? Good questions. Think of body weights as a special type of weight that you can strap to your body to carry out exercises with. They effectively will make your body, arms, and legs feel heavier while using them in training. Then you take them off and your body will move much faster. That made sense to Naruto, but he was still curious about the chakra weights. Chakra weight, on the other hand, are an application of Fuinjutsu that causes the same effect as body weights, except they're more compact and usually a lot heavier too. That's also how I am able to use them, as they're a type of Fuinjutsu that can run constantly once turned on. Oh, so someone else who can use chakra turns them on for you, then you wear them around. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm actually wearing a set right now on my legs. Lee pointed to his orange leg warmers. They are beneath my leg warmers. Whoa, you're telling me this guy's been doing all this with added weight? And I didn't see him do anything when he came back for whatever mission he was doing. Was he wearing the weights the entire time as well? Sheesh, let me guess, you were those all the time as well. Yup. Of course, his guess was right. While the beautiful from his title might be up for debate, he definitely fit the bill of a green wild beast. Well, Uzumaki-san, my team and I just returned from a C-rank mission, so my sensei gave us the rest of the day off. I don't know what you have planned, but I'm going to go train. Care to join me? Naively, Naruto replied with a yes, sealing his fate, although he was not aware of it yet. Some guy's backyard. Morning. Naruto was weeding some schmuck's garden, still not understanding how weeding or painting fences could be considered work for ninja. Even with him being a genin, the D ranks he had seen seemed almost juvenile. Logically, Couldn't civilians do the work instead? Perhaps they might not be able to handle catching cats, like he did yesterday, as they could be too sneaky and fast, but that didn't stop them from handling all the weeding and fence painting for the village. Heck, Naruto knew for a fact that some of the village's orphans would be more than willing to take on the work. And wouldn't it save time for ninjas like him to do more important work, or at least train? Although, thinking on it some more, Naruto couldn't quite figure out what sort of work would replace the missing D rank for genin. Maybe escorting less important merchant caravans? The more advanced genin could probably even help with training the academy students. Sure, he himself didn't really comply with the needs for that role, but surely someone like Lee could teach them taijutsu. Speaking of Lee, the training session the day before was brutal, and Naruto's muscles still ached. The guy was no less than a machine. Naruto struggled to keep up with exercises he was doing, and that wasn't even factoring in that Lee had chakra weights on the entire time. It was just one exercise after the next, over and over again for hours on end. Naruto had never appreciated his unnaturally high stamina so much as he did during the workout. Even as tough as it was, he did not regret the experience. However, as he could imagine how strong Lee must be if he trained that much. Heck, if he trained that much and still couldn't beat that Neji guy, Naruto felt chills imagining having to fight him. It also made Naruto feel weak, in a way, as both Lee and Neji, as strong as they were still genin, like him. If the gap between himself and them were so high, despite the same rank, he couldn't imagine the difference between himself and the Hokage. Thinking back on it, though, he had bested Mizuki, who had been a Chunin, in a fight just a couple days prior. So, was Mizuki just really weak for a Chunin? Or were Lee and Neji just unreasonably strong genin? Honestly, it was probably both. After all, weren't Chunin more valued for leadership skills and experience rather than strength and raw talent? Regardless, thinking about his peers' strength and D-rank work wouldn't aid the Naruto of the moment in the least. No matter what, he was still stuck in the garden weeding. And as a bonus, after he was done weeding, he also had to repaint the fence. Both sides, too. It was going to be a long, tough day of work, but he had to do it if he wanted to be able to save up to afford some chakra weights like Lee. Having finished his mission and received his pay, freedom was restored to Naruto. Fortunately, that weird lady was not working the mission desk that day, so he didn't need to deal with her ogling. The issue was, he didn't know what to do with his extra free time. The mission he had done had taken up so much of his day that he didn't really think it would be possible for him to do another. Not to mention that his teacher, Kosuke, was off on a C-rank mission, and he wasn't expected to return to the village for at least a couple days, so that option was bust. Irika was probably busy with prep work for the classes he taught, and it was still a couple days until they would meet to check Naruto's ability to read anyways. Another option bust. Thus, Naruto decided to gamble, heading off to a particularly quiet and hidden rooftop. If he was right, he could probably find Choji and Shikamaru there, hanging out, provided they weren't doing a mission themselves or training. It's not like he'd miss out on anything by heading to check. Covering the distance in a relatively short amount of time, Naruto silently celebrated. His memory and luck hadn't failed him. On the roof, just before him, was Shikamaru gazing at the passing clouds, with Choji sitting next to him, eating an apple. The apple somewhat surprised Naruto, until he got a bit closer and saw the pile of empty chip bags on the ground near the pair. Choji had run out of supplies. Just how long had the two been there? Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto approached the pair, keen on talking the pair. As if able to sense him, Shikamaru nudged Choji, who spun around as Naruto approached. Choji, upon seeing it was Naruto, whispered to Shikamaru, "We're good, it's just Naruto." Relaxing himself at the information, Shikamaru let out a sigh of relief before saying, "Hey, what's up, Naruto? You scared the shit out of me. Thought you were my mom coming to get me, or something." Confused about why Shikamaru would be so scared of his mom, Naruto shrugged it off as a Nara thing. The men of the clan were known for their laziness, so it might have had something to do with that. In any case, Naruto made sure to exchange pleasantries with the pair before finding himself a spot to sit down near them. They sat in silence for a few minutes, enjoying the quiet, before an unpredictable event happened. The Shikamaru broke the silence. "Say, Naruto?" "Yeah." "I gotta ask, what's the deal with the scar?" Choji stopped himself mid-bite. "Wait a minute. What's this about Naruto and scars?" Cautiously, Choji continued his bite into his apple as he turned and inspected Naruto. "Black shoes? Check. Black pants? Check. Black and orange tunic? Check. Chainmail? Check. Headband? Check." Naruto was fully clothed, covering up most of his body, not exposing any possible scarring. Although, looking closer beneath Naruto's headband, barely peeking out, was what looked to be a scar. Realizing that Naruto did have a pretty gnarly scar, Choji burst out, "Holy shit, I never noticed that you had a scar on your forehead. Naruto, although I suppose it would have been covered by your goggles, right?" Although somewhat uncomfortable to talk about, Naruto wanted to answer his friend's inquiries. Of course, he couldn't exactly tell them everything, but just the fact he'd been hit in the head with a rock shouldn't be a big deal. "Oh, this," he said, removing his headband to reveal the much larger scar. "During the chase the other day after the prank I totally did not commit, someone hit me with a rock, and this is the result." Nodding their heads, Shikamaru and Choji didn't think much deeper into it. Putting aside whether or not Naruto was responsible for that day's prank, they'd often seen how mad people got at Naruto's pranks. And honestly, it could be expected that people that mad might throw a rock or two at you. The two were a bit surprised at just how big the scar was, considering it was just supposed to be a rock thrown out of anger considering a prank. It's not like they had any other grievances with Naruto. More importantly to Shikamaru, however, was that he had only just looked at Naruto for the first time when he pulled his headband off to reveal the full scar. Something was off about him, and it was obvious. It wasn't just the elephant in the room, it was the whole goddamn circus. Honestly, the curiosity Shikamaru had for Naruto's scar was nothing in comparison to the curiosity he was now feeling. Even if the world was going to end, he had to know. "Naruto, what are you wearing?" Absolutely puzzled, Naruto looked down at himself. He was still just wearing the clothes Kosuke had picked out for him. Don't tell me? Maybe Kosuke was the one with the bad sense of fashion the entire time. Shit, I can't believe he tricked me into buying these clothes. Starting to fume, Naruto thinking about how he could teach Kosuke a lesson for this transgression when Choji followed up on Shikamaru's question. "Yeah, Naruto, when you get into fashion, I didn't think you had it in you with that orange jumpsuit you always wore around." "Never mind, I guess I'm still the one with a bad sense of fashion." Answering his friend's doubts, Naruto sadly replied, "Oh, these? Kosuke made me get them. They're supposed to invoke a better image for Konoha, and no, you cannot wear that orange abomination. Honestly, I thought it was bullshit, but the clients so far have been treating me pretty good, so I guess there's something to it." Nodding his head, Choji readily accepted the answer at face value. Shikamaru, however, only had more questions in his mind. "Okay, it makes sense. Those are more presentable. But what do you mean the clients have been treating you well? Doesn't your Jonin instructor deal with them?" "Oh, and who's Kosuke? Is he a teammate of yours? Or maybe your Jonin instructor?" Realizing that he hadn't spoken to his classmates since before that night with Mizuki, Naruto began to see why they had so many questions for him. Long story. I'll give you the quick rundown first, I suppose. Don't got a Jonin instructor, so I gotta deal with the clients myself. And Kosuke is the guy who's teaching me the ropes of being a career genin. You might also know him by the name, the Eternal Genin. That somewhat resolved Shikamaru's question from the other day regarding Naruto, and it also made sense that he'd be dealing with clients with him having no Jonin to do it for him. Once again, however, that raised another question that Shikamaru had been wondering about. Just how did Naruto graduate after having failed the test? Well, I suppose that makes sense why you were the odd one out when we were getting our assignments. But that still doesn't really explain why you don't have a Jonin instructor. Wouldn't you still need one? Not to mention, I'm still curious. Didn't you fail your exam? How do you still graduate? And is that related to your lack of Jonin supervision? That was a lot of questions at once, but they felt similar to ones Naruto had heard before. Didn't Lee ask a similar line of questions the day before? All your questions are related in a way. You're right that I didn't pass the test. However, I still graduated, just in a different way. The details are sealed, so I can't tell you the specifics, but I ended up receiving a field promotion. And due to that field promotion, apparently, I completely messed up the whole 3 Genins with the Jonin instructor system they had going. So, their solution to the problem I created ended up being making me a career Genin. Since that wasn't exactly fair, the Eternal Genin was put in charge of teaching me. Shikamaru could wrap his head around that answer, but it really got him thinking. Naruto was called a screw-up by many people. Maybe they had jinxed themselves into being at the forefront of one of his screw-ups. But seriously, it was weird to think that a sole Genin could screw up the entire graduation system the village had going. It was honestly impressive. At the same time, Shikamaru found himself maybe slightly respecting Naruto. The dude had failed the graduation test and still found a way to get promoted. That intense round of questioning, however, did leave things a bit awkward. It wasn't like they could just go back to sitting in silence after that. Luckily for Shikamaru, he would not have to think about the awkwardness for long. As soon after Naruto answered the last question, Choji's stomach growled. In response, the big bone boy said, "Hee hee, I guess it's time to eat? I already know your answer, Shika, but Naruto, want to come with?" Spending time with friends? Naruto could not turn down that opportunity, quickly agreeing to the proposal and tagging along, already wondering what they'd be eating. Choji skillfully led the way, with Naruto behind him and Shikamaru trailing some further distance behind, moving at a sluggish pace. The trio walked on in silence, eventually arriving in front of Barbecue Akimichi, which Choji and Shikamaru promptly entered. Naruto lagged behind, trying to process that he had just been led to his friend's family-owned business. The guy had literally just unashamedly found more business for his own people. Shaking his head, Naruto entered the building, quickly finding the table where his friends were already seated. Interestingly, the table was already filled with meats and vegetables, although they had only just entered the restaurant a couple seconds prior. Furthermore, it looked like they were eating hot pot. Naruto wasn't quite sure. He hadn't eaten hot pot before, but he was pretty sure that's what it was. Skillfully, Choji and Shikamaru began cooking their preferred foods, with Shikamaru gingerly putting in some meat, whereas Choji looked like a tornado, grabbing multiple different items and putting them in. It didn't really look like he was being picky, just picking up whatever meat or vegetable he could the fastest. It was a new experience for Naruto, and sitting down, he began to copy what Shikamaru was doing with his food, not daring to attempt Choji's strategy. As if sensing Naruto's hesitance, Choji asked, still continuing his tornado of food prep, "Yo, okay, Naruto? You look kind of awkward. Have you never eaten hot pot before?" Somewhat dejectedly, Naruto shook his head, saying, "No, never had the opportunity. I usually just stick to ramen." That shocked Choji. Sure, he was an orphan, but to have never eaten hot pot, that just seemed weird. Shikamaru, on the other hand, just brushed it off. It wasn't that strange to him. He only really ate hot pot with Choji, after all. It ate at Choji, though, as he thought back to all the times he'd seen Naruto eating. Naruto had said he'd only ever really eaten toast in the morning. At the academy, Choji had never seen Naruto eat even a snack. And the only time Choji had seen him at dinner time was at Ichiraku's when he occasionally went. Heck, thinking back on it, hadn't Naruto been there every time he went to Ichiraku's? Choji almost brushed it off, but food was his bread and butter, pun not intended, and things weren't adding up. Stopping the tornado, he asked, "Naruto, what do you usually eat besides ramen?" Honestly, Choji had never thought about food in relation to Naruto before, but he was a bit worried about what he might hear as an answer. Naruto was an orphan, but surely outside of ramen. I don't know. Toast in the morning with a glass of milk. I think that's about it. It was so much worse than what Choji thought. That was bad, like really, really bad. Sure, he always had a bag of chips with him, but that was purely for caloric needs relating to his jutsu. He much preferred more well-balanced meals, with a mix of meat and vegetables. To be honest, it was a miracle that Naruto had managed to survive thus far with a diet of essentially only ramen. Realistically, it shouldn't even be possible. Please, Naruto, please tell me you're joking. Choji pleaded with Naruto for the truth. Shikamaru turned to his friend, surprised by the desperation in his voice. What was the big deal? Choji pleas went unanswered. No, why would I joke about that? It took several deep breaths for Choji to calm himself, which deeply concerned both Naruto and Shikamaru. What was the big deal? Choji, are you doing okay? Rubbing his head, Choji waved his friend off, saying, I'm perfectly fine. What's not fine, however, is Naruto. At a loss, both Naruto and Shikamaru unconsciously let out, me/Naruto. Struggling to remain calm, Choji continued, Yes, you Naruto? You and Shikamaru don't realize it yourselves, but what you just said to me, a food expert, is one of the worst things I've heard in my life. Naruto, doubtful, despite the conviction in Choji's words, asked, What do you mean? Surely, you're exaggerating? Plenty of people like to eat ramen. I just happen to love ramen. I don't see what's the big deal about that. Choji could see that Naruto didn't understand, so he patiently explained, Naruto, the problem isn't your love of ramen. I like it myself. The problem is that you only eat ramen. Shikamaru caught on to Choji's words, but Naruto was still looking puzzled. Thus, Choji continued. You see, people have needs, nutritional needs, ones that cannot solely be filled by ramen alone. To be fully honest with you, I don't know how you're alive right now. It's that serious. Although Shikamaru knew about proper nutrition, it wasn't something he ever really thought about. And it was only when Choji had pointed it out that he began to realize how strange what Naruto had just said was. How was he alive? Sheepishly, Naruto tried to laugh it off. Well, if I'm still alive, then I suppose it's not that big of a deal now, is it? He chuckled, finding it amusing. That is, until he noticed the lack of laughter coming from his two friends who were having a silent conversation with their eyes. Sighing, Shikamaru said, You know more about it than me. Choji, you should explain it to him. Choji had wanted his smarter friend to explain it, but what Shikamaru said did convince him to do it instead. He did no more, after all. Naruto, putting aside your miraculous survival, one of the reasons why proper nutrition is so important, and thus your ramen-only diet being so bad, is that your body requires various things to properly grow and develop. Ignoring any humor in you being so short, your diet is probably why. Not to mention, it's not really possible to put on muscle or get stronger without a well-balanced diet. Choji paused to let the information sink into Naruto's brain before continuing. Look, I wouldn't say anything if it wasn't a big deal, but it really is. And as your friend, I'd hate to see something preventable cause your death, whether that be from lack of nutrition or from the hands of shinobi you'd have beat with a better diet. Choji had hit him where it hurts, his height and his ability as a shinobi. Now, with more understanding, Naruto sat in silence, thinking about all that he'd just heard. Naruto, I'll cut you a deal, Choji said, unsealing a book from a scroll he had on him. Here's an Akimichi-based cookbook. I'll give it to you for free. Just promise me to use it, and stop eating only ramen. Silently accepting the book, Naruto looked through it, only to be confronted with the damn code. Of course, he'd forgotten about his dyslexia. What use would a book be that he couldn't read anyway? Everything he'd heard at the restaurant was bringing him down, and the code in the book, that might have been the last straw. That is, if Choji wasn't there to save the day with some good news. Now that I'm thinking about it, what's wrong with you? That was a bad way to put it, though, as Choji realized and quickly corrected his words as he watched his friend's face drop. I don't mean it like that. What I mean is, one, you shouldn't be alive with your diet. That's impressive on its own. But also, you're well known for your insane stamina, like you always would get your ass kicked by Sasuke, and you could just brush it off and get up. That fire Naruto up, hey, those fights were close. I never got my ass kicked. He's lucky Irika-sensei would save him every time. Unconvinced, Choji continued, well, regardless of who kicked whose ass and who was saved by who, it still stands you're lucky to be alive, much less able to run around non-stop like nobody's business. Not to mention, you won the stronger guys from our class. That shouldn't be possible with your diet, and here you are. That got both Shikamaru and Naruto thinking. That sure was strange. Shikamaru, in particular, noted it down his mind as another weird thing about Naruto before he turned back to paying attention to what Choji was saying. Continuing with that train of thought, wouldn't you be practically unstoppable with a better diet? Heck, the wound where your scar is healed quickly, right? Yeah, pretty much overnight. That's really weird as well. If me or Shika got hurt like that, it'd be at least a week before it really started healing up. Overnight, it'd only scab up at most. With proper nutrition, your wound might have completely healed overnight instead. Shit, the more things I list off, and the more things I hear about you, the stranger it gets. Naruto nodded his head, wondering whether it might be the Kyuubi's work. Mizuki had said something about him being the Kyuubi, which did not really make sense, because wouldn't the village have killed him then? Still, it had to be related to that. After all, if that wasn't considered, then he was just a normal orphan. Shikamaru, on the other hand, knew nothing about the Kyuubi being sealed in Naruto, and everything Choji had said while at the restaurant was very weird. Making notes in his mind about everything he had heard, he resolved himself to look into it at a later time. Screw it. All this thinking is working on my appetite. I gotta eat. But look here, Naruto. I still want to hear you promise to eat better from now on before you leave here today. And in that regard, I'd also say you should study up on the nutritional sciences. It's surprisingly useful for ninja like us. Excited at the possibilities that would open up from a better diet, Naruto quickly saluted. Hi, Choji-sensei. I will do as you say. The trio broke out into a laugh at the comedic salutation before going back to eating. Oh yeah, Choji, where'd you pull the cooking book from anyhow? Oh, I got a storage scroll full of food that had it in it. What's a storage scroll? Taking over, Shikamaru began to explain. A storage scroll is an application of Fuinjutsu. Naruto's apartment equals. Too early in the morning. Writhing around in his bed, Naruto shouted obscenities. He had been asleep, dreaming of fields of ramen where he frolicked freely with frogs and foxes. They played pranks on each other, all in good faith, and ate from the infinite supply of ramen when they were hungry. It was a blissful dream that Naruto did not want to wake from, one where he played leapfrogs with frogs and did not have to worry about his training. But alas, it was not meant to be, as here he was headache dying out at last. Honestly, it wasn't even that bad of a headache. He'd only reacted to the usual influx of memories so strongly due being forcibly woken up from the amazing dream. Ugh, I'll never be able to have that dream again. It was so good, so much fun. I wish I could find a clone responsible for this and strangle him to death myself. It was no use crying over spilled milk. The clone had already popped. It was too late to do it himself. Exasperated, he looked over at the clock on his nightstand. It read 6:13 a.m. Ugh, of course. Don't even have enough time to go back to sleep. Still a bit angry, Naruto forced himself out of bed. If it was up that early, he might as well get ready for his day a bit ahead of time. While going about his business, getting ready for the day, Naruto began to think how strange it was for a clone to have transferred over memories. He hadn't made a clone for the past couple of days. Shrugging, he began to look through the clone's memories to find when he had made it. As it turns out, the clone was the same clone that had led the pranking operation on the Umbu headquarters, and, thinking back on it, Naruto hadn't received any memories from that specific clone. Feeling that something was off, Naruto stopped getting ready and sat down to take a good look at the clone's memories. The clone, disguised as a brown-haired boy, entered Ichiraku's incognito and ordered a bowl of ramen. It was no longer as panicked about a wave of clones sweeping through and eating up all the stock of ramen before it could get any. After all, the clone didn't remember seeing any other clone take some money with them from the apartment to pay for said ramen. Sadly, the clone, in its haste, had only grabbed enough money for exactly one bowl of ramen. At least the original couldn't get too mad at it for using his money. Chuckling to himself, the clone waited for the ramen patiently. The moment it arrived, however, the clone was not so patient, practically inhaling the stuff. It might have been the fastest Naruto, or one of his clones, had ever eaten a bowl of ramen, and the clone could swear that Ichiraku looked impressed. Geez, I knew my food was good, didn't know it was quite that good. You must have been quite hungry to eat that fast. Heck, I don't even think Naruto could eat a full bowl that fast. The clone was in disguise, so it decided not to act too friendly, quickly saying, hadn't eaten a thing all day. Thanks for the food. I'll be sure to come around again sometime. With that, the clone left, not wanting to linger too long. The main Naruto was going to be getting chased any minute now. It figured it should disperse itself before that happened. Not wanting to freak out the nearby civilians or trigger the Umbu, the clone navigated itself to a rather hidden spot, a dead end down one of the many alleyways of Konoha, and pulled out a kunai to disperse itself with. Or at least it was going to disperse itself. But right as it was about to stab itself, its supply of chakra suddenly shot up by a small amount. What? Why do I suddenly got more chakra? The situation was confusing. It was a clone, and clones did not regenerate chakra by themselves. Or at least, the normal clone jutsu did not allow for that. As normal, non-solid clones would continually operate until they burned through their supply of chakra or were dispersed by the creator. Then again, it was a solid clone made with one of Konoha's forbidden jutsu. Maybe the clones made with the technique regenerated chakra on their own. If it was the case, it'd be pretty cool. A clone could be summoned, wait to max out on chakra before summoning another clone and repeating the cycle until they had an army. It wasn't realistic, however, as even now, it could feel its supply of chakra slowly being consumed. Still, while the clone was a clone of Naruto, it wasn't that stupid. It knew it did not feel it wrongly when its supply of chakra increased, as small as that increase might have been. Just as it was really starting to think about digging into the details of what had occurred, memories began to flow into the clone's head. The other clones had all dispersed themselves so that they couldn't be caught with Naruto, thus giving up that he knew the shadow clone jutsu. That'd ruin a perfect alibi. That the main Naruto had been with Iruka the whole day and couldn't possibly pull off such a large-scale prank in the 10 minutes he had to himself. And the village should buy it. After all, Iruka wouldn't lie to them all now, would he? Regardless, the clone No had two decisions to weigh. It could either disperse itself, thus completely negating the risk that the main's ability to use the shadow clone jutsu is exposed, but possibly missing out on whatever made the clone special and allowed it to regenerate chakra. Or it could not disperse itself and remain incognito while retracing its steps. The clone was a clone of Naruto, and he figured the main would understand if he took the risk. Dilemma solved, the clone double-checked its hinge before moving out to retrace its steps, only stopping itself the moment before it left the alleyway. Couldn't it just compare its memories to that of its fellow clones to search for discrepancies? It'd also be way easier to stay incognito if it remained in the little hideout it was currently in. Reviewing its memories, nothing really jumped out at the clone. It had been created already knowing its mission. It had taken some money from the main stash in the apartment before leaving to the tree where it observed the Umbu headquarters from. It then sat there for a few hours before leading the operation on the headquarters. Following that, it went and ate some ramen, then arrived at its current position. The clone was forced to review the memories of its fellows to find an answer. Radioing, cleaning, pranking, dispersing. That was all the clone's memories, nothing but their assigned duties. Nothing set itself aside from the others save for two main things, him taking the money and him eating the ramen. It didn't really think the money was the issue, as it had sat for hours with it on him and hadn't felt any increase in his chakra. That only left the ramen. The ramen must have done something. It made sense. The food was the work of the gods. After all, having mystical chakra-restoring powers wasn't too far-fetched. The clone would need more money to confirm its suspicions. With the main Naruto currently being chased, it could only rely on itself to obtain the funding it needed. And there was only one way it knew how: stealing more money from the original. The clone casually made its way through the streets of Konoha, admiring the wild chase that was ensuing. It did feel uncomfortable, however, as it saw some men with actual weapons moving to participate. Not to mention all the people cursing the original. It didn't seem like the friendly sort of chase they had been expecting. The clone forced itself to ignore its worries. It had something bigger to worry about. Not to mention that the original could handle himself well enough if it came to it. With that said, the clone hurriedly made its way back to the apartment and secured the funding it needed for its new mission. From there, the clone's memories repeated. It would hide out in the alleyway and periodically leave to go to Ichiraku's for some ramen. Eventually, Ichiraku had gotten curious about his new regular, with the clone introducing himself as Chunro. Naruto had always figured if all the other villagers hate him, surely Ichiraku did as well. He was just better at hiding it. Thus, it was nice to see that old man Ichiraku treated him as well as any other customer, as it cured a deep-seated worry of the boy. However, as nice as that was to see, Naruto was still pissed. The clone had, in a period of 4 days, blown through almost 20,000 Ryo on ramen alone. Regardless of whether it was for an experiment or not, that was a lot of money for Naruto. Money that he'd have to make up with more D ranks. At least it garnered interesting results, as the clone confirmed that eating ramen could restore a tiny portion of chakra to the clones. But it also got Naruto to thinking about his conversation the day before with Choji. Ramen wasn't the most nutritious, and buying it from Ichiraku's all the time wasn't really feasible, especially so if they tried to make an army of clones using it. Not to mention that there was no way old man Ichiraku could feed an entire army by himself. Back to the main point, though. Naruto wondered whether different types of food would supply more chakra to the clones than ramen did. If that was the case, then it would be far easier to maintain them. Nodding his head, Naruto decided that he would summon some clones after he was done getting ready to begin experimenting with different foods. Several clones were standing around the table in Naruto's apartment, occasionally grabbing food from the table and eating it. Each clone had a paper in front of them, where they wrote down what food they had eaten and how much chakra they thought it restored. The clones had started the experiment excited at the prospect of not just fizzling out within a couple days, but by the end, all the hope in their eyes had vanished. They had gone through all the food purchased in just a couple minutes, as their sheer numbers made it. So each clone only had to consume 1 or 2 items. It seemed like foods heavy in meat and vegetables would give more chakra, hence it might have something to do with nutrition, but in the end, no food would provide enough chakra for a clone to survive indefinitely. The results were not satisfactory for the clones or Naruto. The disappointment in the room was palpable, and Naruto, as the original, was the most disappointed of all. It felt manufactured in a way, like someone had left the possibility there for someone to find but left just outside of reach on purpose. And honestly, Naruto began to wonder whether the clones' thoughts and emotions were affecting him. Sure, he cared for the clones, but at the end of the day, they were still just another technique in his arsenal. Was it really that big of a deal that they weren't permanent? He had enough chakra. He could just summon more at any moment. A clone, as if voicing Naruto's thoughts, spoke sadly. Well, we're just dumb old clones anyhow. It's not a big deal if we survive for 10 seconds or can live a lifetime, right? As sad as it was the reality for the clones, one they remorsefully accepted. But something about that rubbed Naruto the wrong way. Who says it's not a big deal? Who says these clones don't deserve a fighting chance? Clones, tell me, is that really how you feel? A clone went to respond before Naruto cut him off. That was rhetorical. You guys are me, and I am you guys. We're all the same. I know what our answer really is. Who cares whether y'all are clones or not? I don't care, and y'all definitely shouldn't sell yourselves short. The clone started to get riled up the original was right. They didn't want to live short 10 seconds lives. They wanted to live. We're ninja for crying out loud. Sure, we're bottom of the barrel, barely graduated ninja, but ninja nonetheless. We can shoot fireballs from our mouths, teleport, and create living, breathing copies of ourselves. Who's to say there isn't some other way, outside of food, for clones to restore their energy with? The answer could be out there. And heck, it could even be really easy to do. We just gotta find it. The original was right. There's gotta be some method to survive. They'd only really tried one thing. Who's to say there isn't something else out there? The clones once again regained their hope and their excitement, but they forced themselves to hold it in. Now, I'll ask y'all one thing. Naruto yelled, holding up a single finger. Who's with me? Who wants to find the answer? Our answer. That was the last straw. The Narutos had been cooped up for far too long. Forced into different clothes, to act a certain way to handle clients, to be calm despite their excitement at finally being a ninja. The apartment filled with shouts and cheers that surely would have woken up anybody sleeping in the nearby apartments if there were anybody there. The horde of Narutos were activated, they were excited, and they were ready to get out there and find their answer. Beginning their march under the watchful eye of the original, it was the first clone who reached the door who broke the group out of their fervor. So what's the plan even? How are we going to go about finding our answer? It was cold water poured over their many heads. They had whipped each other up into a frenzy without taking a step back for a moment to create an actual plan outside of just do it. The rabid Narutos were once again calm as they began to sit down in pairs and trios, discussing plans of action. As it turned out, the same clone who stopped the group at the door was also the one who came up with the answer. I know we hate doing it, and we got the dyslexia and all, but isn't the best option really just reading some books? The clone felt the fear of God well up inside himself upon saying so, as every Naruto in the room, including the original, turned and stared daggers at him with their eyes. Sweating, it continued to speak, try to remain unfazed. Well, like we don't really have anybody to ask, right? We don't know anybody who knows the technique. Not to mention that we don't really know a lot of people. The only person we might be able to ask would Irika, and I doubt he'd know. That really just leaves us with books, doesn't it? As much as they hated it, it was the best solution anyone had come up with. Still, they didn't want to resort to having to read to get by. So before they committed to it, they held an impromptu meeting to discuss it. The clones rapidly set up the room for the meeting, with the tables set up in the middle of the room. The clones then split up into two groups, or factions, with one side being the pro-reading front, and the other being the anti-book coalition. Each group had one representative sit at the table. Heading the pro-reading front was the clone that had proposed reading to begin with, while the anti-book coalition was represented by a particularly hard-headed Naruto clone. The original Naruto was seated at the head of the table, acting as a judge. Although the situation appeared comical, the meeting itself was anything but. I declare the first meeting regarding the continued life of clones open, starting with the pro-reading front, to which several hastily made banners were waved, and then continuing on to the anti-book coalition, again with more banners. State your cases. Thank you, Honorable Judge. We at the pro-reading front, PRF, present a simple case. Us clones need information and have no one to go to for it, thus leading to the natural conclusion that we require books to provide us with answers. Yes. The original did not seem convinced. The argument was weak and superfluous. Turning to the anti-book coalition, he said, in the anti-book coalition's case, if you please. Yes, Honorable Judge. As a Naruto clone, I think I can speak for all of us when I say, books bad. It is the anti-book coalition's, ABC's, case that we should not be forced to do what we do not like to do. The original Naruto was not a fair and unbiased judge, clearly favoring the option where he would not have to read. After all, who wants to mess around with all those words in code? The room, and I have heard both sides' opening remarks. Now, I will open the room for discussion between both sides, and please keep it civil. It was a foolish thing, asking Naruto's to be civil, but it worked. They couldn't exactly accomplish anything if they weren't civil. After all, I suppose we at the PRF will start, if those of the ABC do not mind. The floor is yours. Clearing his throat, the PRF clone got up from his seat, the clones on his side quickly making space for him to move around. Pacing around, the clones started. To begin, I will start with a question for the ABC. How do you propose we go about figuring out the clone chakra issue, if not through books? Boos erupted from the ABC side of the room as they began to shout, "That's not fair, and that's a low blow." The original Naruto stood up, smacking the table and quieting the room. As he did so, the original shouted, "As much as I hate to admit it, that is a fair question. ABC representative, please answer it." He then sat back in his chair, regaining his calm. While we at the ABC do not have an exact solution to the question, we believe that one will emerge in the future, given enough time. Thus, reading is not necessarily needed to solve our problems. And I would like to ask a question in return. How do you know we can find a solution by reading? It was as if an explosion rocked through the room. The PRF representative struggled to stay standing, requiring the support of his followers standing behind him. Adjusting the pair of glasses he had hinged onto his face, the PRF representative shakily returned to his seat, no longer having enough energy to stand. Why, yes, that's a good question. While we cannot say for certain whether the answer we seek will be found in books, it never hurts to try. The PRF representative's voice gained conviction and strength as he continued to speak. Furthermore, there have been many geniuses in Konoha's great, long history. Surely one of them has thought about a similar issue in the past and had written it down for the future generations. The ABC rep opened his mouth to refute what the PRF rep was saying, but he was shut up as the PRF rep quickly said, "I'm not done speaking. You also forget, we the clones, along with the original, have promised to Irika-sensei to practice our reading more in the future. This is simply a matter of hitting two birds with one stone." The momentum had completely reversed in the room, as one could almost imagine the ABC rep being launched back in his chair, fury on his face. Damn that PRF bastard. How can I argue against that? We all remember that promise. There's got to be something, anything. Suddenly, the ABC rep's face lit up before it grew into a devilish smirk, unsettling the clones of the PRF. They watched as if in slow motion as the ABC rep pointed toward the corner of the room and shouted, "What's that?" Each clone, as well as the original, turned their heads to see what the ABC rep was talking about, only to see nothing, and still in slow motion, they turned their heads back around to see the ABC rep lunged across the table, popping the PRF rep. "No!" shouted the various clones in the room. It was too late, though. The deed was done, and immediately following the assassination, the ABC rep proceeded to burst itself, revealing its inner thoughts to the whole room. They consisted of, "His argument is too good. This is lost. I'm going to pop him, then myself. It'll be pretty funny." It was absurd. The Narutos couldn't help themselves as they began to laugh at the situation. Of course, their final decision had been made for them, as they now had all the memories of both factions' leaders. Making it official, the original stated, "With that, I declare the first meeting regarding the continued life of clones closed." It was now time to head to the library en masse, as per the agreed-upon plan. Each Naruto clone transformed before leaving the apartment. Taking on various forms, they still wanted to keep the shadow clone jutsu a secret for as long as they could. It was the clone's first trip to one of Konoha's shinobi libraries. The original had never gone as a student, partially due to lack of interest, but also because most of the books were sealed to non-ninja, academy students included. The clone wasn't sure how many other clones were heading to the same library as him. After donning the hinge, he had split off from the group amongst the crowds wandering Konoha streets. Thinking back on it, maybe they should have planned it out a bit better, thereby ensuring that every library was hit. The clone just had to hope that they hadn't all chosen to head to the same library. He, himself, was heading to one of the lesser-known libraries. He'd never really seen anybody use it, as hidden as it was. It was located near the Hokage monuments, kind of out of the way. He only knew about it as he'd stumbled into it after one of his many stunts. Entering the library, he was surprised that no stopped him, or at least checked to make sure he was a Konoha ninja. Brushing it off, the clone continued in, arriving a lobby-type area with a single desk in the middle. Looking around as he walked in more, the clone saw that there were 3 main sections to the library, labeled Genin, Chunin, and Jonin, clearly indicating what rank was required for each section. Thinking about what type of book he should read, the clone eventually arrived at the desk, originally expecting it to be empty, as he saw no one there. It was only when he was within a couple feet of it that he saw the air start to distort before he saw a member of the Umbu sitting at the desk. Startled, he stepped back, and the Umbu agent faded from his view. Prepared now, he once again approached the desk, with the Umbu reappearing as he neared. First time? You must be a Genin then, no? Got some form of identification with ya? Reflexively, the clone pulled out his license, handing it over. Realizing his mistake halfway through, the clone resigned himself, as the Umbu snatched it from his hands. Let's see here, Uzumaki Naruto? The Umbu agent did a double take, as his hand landed on the tanto on his back. Quickly dropping the hinge, the clone revealed himself, hurriedly stating, Chill, chill. I was using a hinge to travel incognito, and in a bout of cleverness, adding on, I'm sure you can imagine why. The Umbu agent relented at the explanation. Yes. I suppose that does make sense. I know it's you now. You can put your hinge back up if you want to. Anyway, you can pass. I'm sure you're aware, but Genin section only, all right? Taking his ID back, the clone reapplied his hinge, hesitating for a moment before asking, Say, do you know where I could find some books on Fuinjutsu? That caught the Umbu's attention. Fuinjutsu was some pretty advanced stuff. Most Jonin knew little about it, much less a Genin. The Umbu voiced his concerns. Genin-san, you do realize that Fuinjutsu is pretty advanced stuff, right? Most Jonin don't even study it. In fact, the only 2 people who I can think of in the village who have more than a basic understanding of it are the Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Are you sure that's what you're looking for? That was new information to the clone, but it didn't really matter to it. It was just a passing curiosity. Surely the other clones would look at more reasonable material, so it couldn't be too bad for it to waste time looking at Fuinjutsu. Not to mention he liked the sound of it. Only the Hokage and the Sannin knew it. That just sounded like something high class that they should learn. After all, one of the best ways to become Hokage would be by mimicking some of the stuff they'd learned, right? Yeah, I'm fine with Fuinjutsu-related books. I just had heard a bit about it recently and was curious. Not to mention, it's my first time here anyway. I'm mostly just getting acquainted with the layout. The clone lied as it breathed, naturally, and with a certain amount of grace, and it completely convinced the Umbu agent. In that case, most of the books on Fuinjutsu stuff in the Genin section are on the last bookshelf on the left. It's not the most popular subject, so don't expect a whole lot. The clone thanked the man before going off to find the books. Quickly, the clone found a section and identified 2 books of particular interest, Basics of Fuinjutsu and Various Applications of Fuinjutsu. The clone began to flip through the first book, somewhat surprised with itself. It was reading it quite fast with the dyslexia and all. Only it didn't notice, while any normal text appeared strange and confusing, as if it were in code, when it came to the Fuinjutsu itself, it seemingly naturally understood the meanings. The clone began to think about what the original had been missing out on. The experience was almost addictive. Little did the clone know, the rest of the clones and the original were having a much harder time with what they were reading. Before he knew it, he had finished the first book, not even noticing the passage of time. Sure, most of the information probably wouldn't fully stick, and it would require another go-through, but the experience was pleasurable overall. So pleasurable that the clone picked up the next book, Various Applications of Fuinjutsu, and began to read through it as well. He saw various familiar concepts, like the storage scroll Choji used and the chakra weights that Lee had talked about. He'd even found what the Umbu agent was doing to disappear in the lobby. As it turned out, it was an application of Fuinjutsu that created a mirage to cloak a person from their surroundings. Only it didn't work in the exact way recorded in the book. The person was supposed to be completely invisible, even at close range like the clone had been. Thinking about it, the clone flipped the book on the basics of Fuinjutsu back open, quickly finding what he was looking for. While beginners of Fuinjutsu must strictly keep to formula, a master is capable of altering the formula to suit their needs. A prime example of such mastery came from the Uzumaki clan of the former Whirlpool country, which unfortunately no longer exists, having been destroyed for fear of the very Fuinjutsu they had mastery over. It was a funny coincidence Naruto, an orphan, had been given the name Uzumaki in honor of the once allies of Konoha, and now here he was, a clone of Naruto, learning about Fuinjutsu and the Uzumaki. Between that and the Hokage being one of the few figures said to have mastered Fuinjutsu, the clone thought it might be a good skill to look into more. Not to mention the words destroyed for fear of the very Fuinjutsu they had mastery over was a pretty fancy way of saying that the Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu was too powerful to the point that they needed to be stopped. That sounded like a good skill for Hokage, as great as the original was going to be. Everything the clone had learned so far about Fuinjutsu pointed to it being an extremely valuable skill for their future development. It figured the other clones as well as the original would see it in the same way. Not really expecting any more bombshells of information, the clone continued flipping through the pages of the book, only to burst from its seating position as it read the description of one of the Fuinjutsu. Not bothering to put away the 2 books it had off the shelves, the clone ran off out of the library in excitement, leaving behind a confused girl in the lobby. The girl who had just started her shift thought to herself, was there supposed to be a genin in the library? Looking through the logbook, she found her answer, Uzumaki Naruto. 8:32 a.m. Interested in Fuinjutsu. Moving incognito under a hinge of a black-haired boy. The boy who'd run off fit the description, but that log entry was for the day before, and no one had entered the library since that entry. Thinking that that couldn't possibly be the same boy, the girl entered into the genin section to try to see if she could figure out what he might have been reading. Starting from the more popular material and working her way down, she at last arrived at the Fuinjutsu section. Cursing herself in her mind for not checking there first, she, in disbelief, looked at what books the boy had been reading. Basics of Fuinjutsu had been flipped open to a section pertaining towards some history of Fuinjutsu, and it also talked a bit about the collapse of the Whirlpool country. She wasn't that well-versed in Fuinjutsu, but she knew enough history to know about that incident. Casually taking a look at the other book, it was flipped to a page on Fuinjutsu, Chakra Suppression Seal. A weird place to leave off reading, she shrugged, picking up the 2 books and returning them to shelves. That Uzumaki boy must have gotten bored of the books yesterday, and up and ran off. That black-haired boy from just now, though, I guess I'm going to have to write up a report about him. I should have stopped him, could have saved me from doing the paperwork. Angrily, the girl returned to the desk, not eager to write up the report anytime soon. After all, she had a lot of free time considering no one came to that library anyway. The apartment. Night. The horde of Naruto clones were beginning to file back into the apartment, usually in groups of 2 or 3. As they entered through the door, a clone in charge of guarding the entrance would ask them what subject they studied, before pointing to one of 5 groups that were forming in the apartment. The groups naturally corresponded to what subject each clone studied, and, unfortunately, it was not looking too diverse. The clones seemed to naturally gravitate to the same subject matter, with obvious ones like ninjutsu and taijutsu being the most popular, both groups having 8 members to them. Surprisingly, the next biggest group following those 2 was history, with 5 members to their name. When asked why history, one of the clones had simply said, I don't know, maybe someone famous used a chakra-absorbing technique. The smallest two groups, Jinjutsu and Mathematics, both had one member to them. Naruto could understand why a clone might look into Jinjutsu, but he refused to believe that a clone of himself would even consider looking into something like Mathematics. One might be curious, what about the clone at the door? What did he study? Oh, and what about the original Naruto as well? Both rushed to books on ninjutsu, both technically belonging to that group, making its actual count of members 10. Despite the absence of one clone, who they had been waiting on for 20-some minutes, the collective decided to begin discussing what they had learned. The straggler clone could just hop in when he eventually arrived. Beginning with the largest group, ninjutsu, they would end it off with the weirdo who decided Mathematics was a good use of his time. As the original, Naruto stepped forth to represent the ninjutsu squad. To keep it short, ninjutsu is probably bust. We had a lot of guys looking into it, so we probably covered most bases. Elemental ninjutsu doesn't have what we're looking for right now. Neither does non-elemental. One of the guys found something on nature energy, but we'd have to be a sage or something like that, and we don't even know if it'll work. The only thing that might work is Kenjutsu, but I doubt the Hokage let us anywhere near the scroll after what we pulled last time. Each group seemed a bit uncomfortable at the information. After all, that was one of their options for survival almost completely bust. Next, the Taijutsu squad member spoke. Taijutsu is technically bust, but also not. There isn't a direct way to absorb chakra through Taijutsu based on what we've studied. However, technically, since chakra is a mix of physical and spiritual energies, us doing more training should increase our supply of chakra. While not what we want, at least each clone would survive for longer. Another clone quickly added on. That's only a stopgap solution, though, and doesn't solve the core of our problem. Clones would still eventually run out of chakra. It wasn't great news. There was a moment of silence in the room before a history clone took its turn speaking. Our results are much the same. There are options, none that we can use. The first Hokage's would release allowed him to absorb chakra, but no one has been known to be able to use it since. There is also Samahata, one of the swords used by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but that has apparently been missing for some time now. The last option, while technically possible, would probably result in us needing to go rogue, as we'd need to steal some of the Aburame's Kikaichu. It went unsaid, but they'd also need to learn to control them. Not to mention they were bugs, and the Narutos didn't fancy playing around with them. The Jinjutsu and Mathematics clones stood forth together, quickly saying, "Yeah, we got nothing," before sitting back down. Prior to that moment, the clones had almost thought, hey, maybe math will surprise us and be our ticket to salvation, only to be let down. Not that they had really expected that math would do them any good here. Well, shit, the original spoke. Everything we'd studied today amounted to nothing. Naruto paused, letting the reality sink in, before continuing. Since no one else has got anything to say, I guess let's end the meeting here today. We could plan out our next moves right now, but I doubt any of us are in the mood. I guess let's just do it in the morning. And with that, the group went to sleep sad, but with hope still in their hearts. Maybe tomorrow would bring better results? They just might. After all, there was still a clone missing that they'd forgotten about. Morning the next day, the horde energetically gathered for the morning's meeting. While last night had been somewhat depressing news, the clones had, during the night, spread that it actually wasn't that big of a deal. A dampener, sure, but that had only been one day of work. If it were that easy, wouldn't everybody be running around with a literal army? Not to mention, they had confirmed that it was possible to absorb chakra, just that they weren't capable of using any of the methods found. That meant it was just about finding their way to do what had already been done in the past. Naruto, who wasn't privy to the clones' thoughts, was surprised by how upbeat they were despite the previous night's news. Shrugging his shoulders, as he'd find out why when one of them popped, he put the toast one of the clones had made for him in his mouth as the meeting began. In between bites, he spoke, "So much munch, what's the plan for today?" The Mathematics clone quickly spoke, still ashamed at its display from the day before. "So, last night, after the meeting, I thought about how we could improve results when looking into stuff at the libraries in the future. Before I continue, I need to ask, though, Did anybody else have issues with the dyslexia yesterday? I know I did. The clone paused, raising its hand as it did so. Everybody in the room also raised their hands along with the clone. Just like I'd thought. Honestly speaking, for there being over 20 of us, the amount of information we actually gathered yesterday was not a lot. That got me to thinking none of us are lazy, so it had to be something else, right? And boom, I remembered the one thing that might slow us down, the thing that's been giving us trouble all these years, dyslexia. The issue is that we can't really help it. It just happens to us. Pausing to catch its breath, the clone looked around the room, seeing the other clones nodding their heads in understanding. Now, more confidently, it continued, obviously the question is, since we can't get rid of it, how can we work around it? The one solution I thought of, besides more practice with Irika, is to go in groups of 2 or 3. That way we'd be able to bounce ideas off each other and hopefully be able to read through the material faster. Suddenly, the room was filled with clapping as the original Naruto walked over to the mathematics clone and patted him on the shoulder, saying, after hearing about your decision to read up on math, I doubted your intelligence. Thought, maybe I performed the jutsu wrong when making you. I can see that I did not, because that's a damn good point. The clone didn't know whether to be offended about the backhanded compliment or not, so it decided to just let it go. Naruto's will be Naruto's, after all. In any case, once the room quieted down, the clone once again spoke. Also, speaking of Irika, we're supposed to meet with him tomorrow for him to check our progress. Not to mention, we also got to start that journal he wants us to write. That was a downer. Not meeting with Irika. Naruto was happy about that. No, he just didn't want to write some stupid journal. It was like homework, only he'd already graduated. He'd imagine it'd be just as bad as those crummy D-rank missions, although he supposed at least a journal would actually help someone. But now that he'd thought about it, shit, I just remembered I didn't do a mission yesterday. Need to get back on those, otherwise we can't afford to get those chakra weights. A clone chimed in, speaking of chakra weights, shouldn't you also go train with Lee? It's in a couple days, right? He might start thinking he scared us off. The original was on his knees. He was hard-working, but not that hard-working. He lamented, how am I going to keep up with all this work? The group laughed, but it was all true. They had to do missions, and the original had to keep up with training. That wasn't really feasible while also doing a ton of reading. They all knew it would be difficult for the original, but he had to do it all. Or did he? Wait a minute, the mathematics clone said. Isn't that actually super manageable? Hope in his eyes, Naruto looked up at the clone who'd spoke, asking, what do you mean? Well, honestly, we're being kind of stupid. Really stupid now that I think about it. The group looked questioningly at the clone, not quite catching on to what he was saying. It's so obvious. Holy shit, we wasted so much time already. The mathematics clone was having a conniption at this point as he frantically ran through the apartment, eventually returning with a piece of paper and a pen, which he began to write on. Finishing, he held up the final product, a sheet full of numbers of cryptic writing none of them understood. Okay, so we've been beating me up, myself included, over studying math yesterday, but it is my time to shine. None of you can understand this, right? Right? Right. The math clone was getting more and more excited as it spoke, as it slowly began to shift from explaining to gloating. But, sensing the hostility growing in the room, it calmed itself before continuing to explain, okay, regardless, I can understand what this says. To put it simply, it's math. The group began to ball up their fists, veins bulging, all of that ruckus for math. The math clone, ignoring his impending doom, did not stop speaking. Math sucks, I know, but this math is like a free ticket to being Hokage. That caught their attention, free ticket to Hokage. He better be right, or else he wasn't going to exist for much longer. It's a bit of long explanation, lots of math, but the short of it is this. Why have we not been using clones to do the D-rank missions? Pandemonium. The clones went crazy. Here they were, with one guy, the original, doing all the work and missions by himself, when the entire time, he could have been out training or doing something else more important. But In the midst of this pandemonium, one voice stood out. Yeah, that cool and all for handling missions, but that's not exactly a free ride to Hokage. Suddenly, the threat of death was once more looming over the math clone's head. Not deterred in the slightest, he resolutely spoke. Yeah, that isn't, but what about this? Obviously, using clones to do missions while the original trains is a big money move, pun intended. But what else can clones do? Anyone? Anybody at all care to answer? The room was silent. For once, a math whiz was dominant. We could do jutsu, can't we? Doesn't that mean that the only thing the original needs to focus on is taijutsu and the like? That leaves everything else, missions, jutsu, reading, to us clones. The clones weren't too excited at the prospect. It sounded like a lot of boring work. Sure, jutsu were fun, but both reading and missions, they were going to be relegated to all the annoying grunt work. That may sound like a lot, but you got to remember that the boss can create many more of us than there currently is. Easily at that. We could have 10 or 20 guys all practicing one thing. Heck, we don't even got to stop there. We could have 100 clones all working on learning a single jutsu if we wanted to. That idea got the clones excited, but they kept themselves calm. The math clone hadn't finished speaking. Could it possibly get better than that? That's not all. Our current objective of learning to absorb chakra for clones to live longer, if we figure that out, we'd have no issues with having thousands of clones training clones simultaneously. Everyone was going ballistic, that is, until the math clone forcibly quieted them. One issue, we still don't got shit on how to do that. That put a damper on things, successfully managing to reduce the clones' excitement levels down to zero. Their plans to form a jutsu learning army would have to wait. Now with the math clone all the more respected than before, the meeting was set to resume. And it would have if a black-haired boy didn't suddenly burst in through the front door screaming, I got it, guys, I got it, tears streaming down his face. The clone who'd burst in looked around the room at the stunned faces of his fellow Narutos, wondering why they were so shocked. Suddenly remembering he hadn't undone his hinge, he undid the jutsu, returning to his normal form. Looking back at the group, they were still speechless. Apparently the hinge wasn't the issue. Then what was? Joe, guys, why were you all staring at me like that? Do I got something on my face? The clone rubbed its face, nothing coming off. It was starting to get concerned. Why were they acting like that? Naruto stepped forth and patted the shoulder of the clone. Dude, where have you been? Not understanding, the clone casually replied, reading at the library, like we were all supposed to do. Naruto, now the confused one, asked, yeah, that's fine and all, but surely you haven't been reading all this time? Didn't you sleep? Now confused, the clone jokingly asked, what do you mean sleep? It hasn't been that long. Why would I sleep? It's not like the books were that boring. Fully caught on, Naruto continued talking to the clone. We left to read Friday, right? Yeah, well, Friday morning would be more accurate. His suspicions confirmed, Naruto affectionately embraced the clone before saying, dude, Friday was yesterday. It's Saturday. A look of horror appeared on the clone's face. What did he mean it was Saturday? He'd only read for what? 1 to 2 hours at most. Naruto then asked the clone, tears in his eyes, what did you decide to study? What caused you to be this way? How can we fix you? Sensing that the original's tears were fake, the clone thought that everything that was said must have been all a part of some prank. Still, answer the question. I read up on Fuinjutsu. The clones in a room were surprised. The clone that had just entered was the only one who had decided to study Fuinjutsu. He was also the only one who had come back so late. It had to be connected in some way. The clone in question, ignoring the prank that was being played on him, soon regained his excitement as he cried out, anyway, let's ignore y'all's stupid prank for now. I got big news. I think I found a way for us to absorb chakra. It was like a bomb had been set off in the group's heads. Their minds were blank save for one thought was, it true? Did he really find a way? Continuing to speak, the clone excitedly said, so it's like this. As it turns out, Fuinjutsu can do some pretty crazy stuff. The Uzumaki who were named after were actually wiped out because of how powerful it is in the hands of a master. Anyway, apparently if one is good enough, one can alter Fuinjutsu to create any effect one desires, which would be good enough on its own for our purposes, but I also found something else that makes it even better. The clones were teeming with anticipation. It was already sounding better than anything they'd heard the day before. There's this type of Fuinjutsu called the chakra suppression seal. What it does is steal chakra from whatever it is used on. And that's the thing, couldn't we make one of those and alter it a bit to steal chakra and give it back to us? For the second time that meeting, pandemonium broke out amongst the clones. Only this time, it didn't die out until much later. The apartment. Same day, the clones had at last settled back down. As good as the news was, they still had a meeting to finish. The math clone, being somewhat of a leader amongst the clones by now, took charge. Okay, guys, let's focus up. Right now, we're working on borrowed time. Unless y'all actually want to pop from running out of chakra, we still got work to do getting the chakra thingy up and running for us. What was it called again? The Fuinjutsu clone answered, it's called a chakra suppression seal, and like I said, it's not exactly what we want. We're going to need to modify it, and that's supposed to be really difficult to do. I can somewhat picture how hard it's going to be, but y'all done have a clue, right? Pausing for a moment and hearing no response, the clone continued. So remember how hard it was for us to learn the clone jutsu that makes us clones? The group nodded their heads. That didn't sound so bad. That's probably like the Fuinjutsu clone thought for a moment, 1,000th of the effort we're going to need to put in. The hope vanished from the eyes of the group, save for one individual, a hero who had a rough start in life, a hero who would surely go on to do great things. This hero was mighty, not to mention very handsome. The math clone spoke, as if he were the messiah there to save all of clone kind. Then all we got to do is have the original make a ton of clones dedicated to studying Fuinjutsu. Each one of us of the first 25 should still have something like 2 days left of chakra in us, right? We all ate a bunch of food when we were first made, after all. The group regained their hope. Maybe they would be able to survive in the end. It came crashing down around them, however, as the math clone continued. However, each clone would only really be learning as fast as the original could by himself. That doesn't really utilize all of our advantages as clones. The tone in the math clone's voice was not good. Nothing bad was said, but the group could feel a chill go down their spine as the math clone continued talking. The Fuinjutsu clone, however, had caught on to what the math clone was implying. Picking up where the math clone had left off, the Fuinjutsu clone decided to be the bearer of bad news. It's depressing, but we're going to have to do it. Guys, we, as the second generation of Naruto clones after the fourth generation, will need to sacrifice ourselves for the future of clone kind. Fully understanding, but not accepting of the reality of the situation, Naruto, the original Naruto, hesitatingly questioned the clone, fearful of the answer he was going to receive. What were you saying? Nobody needs to die. We can all live on together, right? Right? The clones could hear the desperation in his voice grow as he spoke on, and they knew why he was reacting so strongly. To be honest, deep inside their hearts, the same heart as Naruto's, they'd hoped to all be friends and live on together. Originally, the clones and Naruto had not thought this way. After all, they were clones, and he was a person, a clearly defined boundary. But everything changed with one idea, that clones might be able to live on by means of absorbing chakra. Instantly, that boundary between the two sides seemed to disappear. Where there used to be clones, there was now people. People who could have lives, grow, and change as individuals. They would no longer just be clones of Naruto. They could be his friends and his family and their own person. Everyone in the room knew what needed to happen. Heck, it wouldn't take knowing a lot to get what the Fuinjutsu clone was saying. The only way to learn enough about Fuinjutsu to alter the seal structure in a short amount of time would be for the clones to progressively sacrifice themselves as they learn more, thereby accumulating the necessary knowledge inside the original. It was a sacrifice no one wanted to make. No one would volunteer to be the first to die, because that's what it really was. The death of an individual. One life sacrificed now to give hope to countless down the line. But someone had to take the first step, the Fuinjutsu clone saying, "It's okay, boss. You can just make more to replace us when we're done. We'll be heroes. Maybe not to the people of Konoha, like we'd always dreamed, but heroes nonetheless." And with that, the Fuinjutsu clone forcibly disrupted his own chakra, dispelling himself and spreading his knowledge of Fuinjutsu to the group. His final thoughts being, "Clones. No, ninja of Konoha. Live on. Learn more and sacrifice yourself for the next generation. To you, I entrust the future." The clones wept, and Naruto lay on the ground defeated. That clone, so close, and yet so far from the dream they all shared, had laid down his life. A short, one-day life of nothing but reading about Fuinjutsu, and yet one that burned more brilliantly than the rest. His sacrifice, the first of many to come, would lay the groundwork for future clone survival. A moment of silence was had that day, in remembrance of the sacrifice of the unnamed Fuinjutsu clone. Shortly after, the clones would head out once more to read in the libraries of Konoha. Only this time, they had a sense of purpose in their step. They would accomplish their goal and ensure no more clones would have to be sacrificed in the future. Sometime later, the clones had forced him to promise to get out of the house and do something. Only, he wasn't even allowed to contribute to learning Fuinjutsu, as the clones had forbidden it. It stung, but deep down he knew they were right. One measly him would not change much in the process of learning, and, as the math clone had put it, it would not be efficient for you, the only one who can train up our body in taijutsu, to work on Fuinjutsu. Thus, Naruto was sent to do a D-rank mission. The group could always use more funds, and it could only improve his track record. Still, though, he listlessly went through the motions, robotically receiving a mission from the weird lady at the mission center, robotically communicating with the client, robotically going through the work, and robotically turning in the completed mission. Surely, he would have robotically returned home, to return to moping about, if not for a jovial voice that broke him from his stupor. "Ah, you're young Uzumaki Naruto, correct?" Nodding his head on reflex, Naruto turned to see who was asking about him, finding himself face-to-face with an evolved form of Lee. "The name's Mike Guy. You might also know me as the Leaf's noble green beast. I'm a sensei of your friend Lee. I've heard a lot about you. Lee's been wondering where you've been. Says you haven't trained with him since the first time you trained together." The man spoke in a loud, upbeat voice, before sort of petering off towards the end as he got a good look at Naruto. "Say, you don't look so good. You feeling all right?" Mumbling a yes, Naruto attempted to walk past Lee's sensei, only to be cut off before he could get away. "Look, I don't know what's got you down, but what I do know is what can help." Naruto perked up at that. He did need something to take his mind off things. And the dude was a jonin after all. Maybe he might have some good advice. "All you gotta do is go train for a bit, and that'll turn your frown upside down." Never mind. Naruto changed his mind, vowing to never trust a jonin dressed in all green ever again. Scowling, he made an even larger attempt to get around the man, not equipped to deal with him in his current state. "Look, kid, I know how it sounds. I'm in a bad mood, and this guy I don't even really know is telling me that exercising is going to magically fix everything. But it's got some truth to it. You see, exercising will get those endorphins flowing, and before you know it, all the unhappy juice inside you will be replaced with happy juice." Stopping his attempts to get rid of the man, Naruto thought on what he'd said. It could certainly be possible he didn't know what those endorphins were, but what he did know was that he was usually in a pretty good mood after exercising. Not to mention, that was he agreed upon job as the original. It couldn't hurt to try it out, could it? Sensing the changes in the boy's emotions, Guy quickly said, "I'm sure Lee already told you, but he likes to train at Training Ground 8. We don't have anything scheduled as a team, so he should be there right now. Consider swinging by the exercise could do you some good, as well as being with a friend." The man then flipped up on his hands and ran off. Naruto chuckled to himself. He could see where Lee had learnt that training method from. Now, In a better mood than he'd been in prior, Naruto ran off in the direction of Training Ground 8. He was going to find Lee for some more training. The next day, Naruto winced in pain, pausing mid-sentence. A clone had just popped itself, transferring over what it had learned concerning Fuinjutsu, along with ninjutsu. It still didn't feel right, but Naruto had gotten used to the deaths of his clones. That had been the fifth since the Fuin clone had sacrificed himself. That word can be a bit complicated. I see why you stuck Naruto. Here, let's go over it on the board. With that, Naruto snapped back into focus, ignoring the pain in his head. Irika was already writing down the characters that made up the word he was stuck on. In all honesty, though, he actually didn't know the word. So regardless of the clone popping, he still would have needed help. This word is extraneous, meaning irrelevant or unrelated to the subject being dealt with. It's not really used that often. Most people would probably just use the word irrelevant instead. Watching Naruto, Irika noted that in just a single week, the boy had come far in his ability to read. It was like night and day in comparison to the lesson from the previous week. It seemed like dyslexia was not the major thing impacting Naruto's education all those years. In truth, Naruto was breezing through everything Irika had been teaching him that day. It was to the point where Irika couldn't quite get how Naruto had had trouble during school, dyslexia or not. With the ability to learn that he was showing, it just didn't seem right. It fell off. Like really off. Hey Naruto, has anybody ever tried to help you with your reading besides me? Irika could see the gears turn in the boy's head as he thought about the question. Nobody really took an interest in me back then. Although, I guess technically it was Kazuki-sensei who taught me to read. That made sense to Irika. An orphan like Naruto would only really learn to read at the academy. After all, he, himself, had learnt to read at the academy as well. Nothing seemed too off about that. Perhaps he had thought wrong. But he wouldn't be a good shinobi if he didn't dig at least a little deeper. What were those lessons like? What did they entail? Did Kazuki not notice your issues with reading? The boy went back to thinking again before saying they were just the normal classes with the other kids. Irika nodded his head. No individual lessons that might allow for some form of sabotage. We practiced kanji, went over words, kind of like what we're doing right now. Still good, nothing weird there. And no, he didn't notice anything weird about my ability to read. That seemed strange to Irika, but then again, he hadn't noticed either until Naruto had already graduated. And even then, Naruto had pretty directly told him about it. I actually went to him on my own for help. Didn't know it was dyslexia at the time, but I was having some issues. White noise rang through Irika's mind. Of course, it was Naruto. It couldn't be as simple as just the dyslexia. Still, though, calming himself, Irika gave that Kazuki the benefit of the doubt as he asked Naruto one final question. And did he help you at all? No, he said I was doing fine. Thinking back on it, there's no way that was the case, right, Irika-sensei? Nodding his head, Irika sadly looked at the boy. Irika had thought the academy failing him once in regard to his education was going to be it. Turns out it was actually the second time. Naruto never thought I'd have to do this twice. In 1 week, no less. I hereby formally apologize to you on behalf of the academy. Naruto, unfazed, jokingly responded, Surely you can't be serious, Irika-sensei. One time I can understand, but there's no way that what I think happened, right? Seeing that Naruto was more than likely, fully aware of why Irika was apologizing, he relented, confirming Naruto's suspicions. Yeah, it's exactly what you think. Kazuki said that on purpose, probably to make sure you never learned to properly read. Having already had one of his teachers try to kill him in the past, Naruto still was not able to contain his anger, screaming, Damn it, Irika-sensei, just how many teachers in Academy have it out for me? Matching Naruto's energy, Irika shouted, I don't know. I'm hoping he was the only other one besides Mizuki. Naruto, still screaming, yelled back, You better be right because you know what they say, third time's the charm. You don't want to know what the charm is in this case. Irika, adrenaline pumping from shouting, responded even louder than Naruto. Well, let's ignore that for a moment. I'd say you really don't have many issues with reading anymore. Outside of a couple words you have to learn, you seem to be handling yourself just fine. Naruto, instantly calming down, spoke normally. Yeah, I noticed that myself. Once I got to reading more, it wasn't that bad. And with all the reading I've been doing the last couple days, I've gotten a lot of practice. That caught Irika's attention. Sure, he had told Naruto to practice reading, but to think he'd actually go through with it. And did he read about so much anyways? Oh yeah, what sort of stuff have you been reading? Irika already knew what he was going to hear, something about ninjutsu or the like, but he wanted to hear it directly from his favorite student. I think you'll actually be pretty interested. So the clones and I... Irika cut him off. The clones and you? All right, you probably don't know. The jutsu I used to kick Mizuki's ass. Those clones transfer their memories to me when they pop. Irika was shocked. Sure, Naruto had learnt the jutsu from the Forbidden Scroll, but surely it couldn't be that powerful. Irika was so shocked because he had realized what it had taken Naruto days to, that clones could then be used to train. Shaking it off for the moment, Irika continued to listen to Naruto. Anyways, so one of the clones ended up eating some food and found out it could restore their chakra. Naturally, we were thinking that we could get an infinite supply of clones by just having them eat some food and then make more clones. Didn't quite work out, so we decided to look into other methods to get clones the chakra they needed. Irika was growing a bit frightened at what Naruto was saying, experiencing momentary relief when he said that the food plan wouldn't work, only for that to fall apart in the next sentence. At least Naruto hadn't figured out another method yet, which led to us doing a bunch of reading. Originally, we thought it wasn't possible. Irika's thought hung on the word originally. He did not like the sound of that. But then we discovered the potential that Fuinjutsu has. Shit. That was not good. What Naruto was saying was not heading in the right direction. Irika could see it now, an endless supply of Narutos covering the village, no, the world, and playing pranks. Irika, jokingly, considered ending Naruto's life right there before he could unleash his scourge upon the planet. Alas, he did not have the will to end the life of his favorite student. Defeated, he listened on, especially the chakra suppression seal. All we'd have to do is modify the formula a bit, and blammo, we got our problem solved. So naturally, even right now, I got clones out there doing more research and trying to figure out. And all hope was lost. The world was doomed to be consumed by the Yellow Horde. Unless Irika was willing to do something about it. Raising both his hands into the air, Irika prepared his last resort, praying and begging for mercy. Naruto, I need you to promise me something. In a joking tone, Naruto answered, Okay, Irika-sensei, what? Irika, putting even more strength into his voice, grabbed Naruto by the shoulder and looked him dead in the eyes. I'm being serious here. Sensing the gravity in his teacher's voice, Naruto straightened up and replied, Seriously this time? Okay, Irika-sensei. I'm paying attention. What do you need me to promise you? Limit the number of pranks you and your clones pull to 1, at most per month. It sounded so much like a joke to Naruto. The serious look and tone of Irika combined with the ludicrous request, it was almost too much. Still, Naruto controlled himself. He trusted that when Irika told him he was being serious, that he actually was, and wasn't playing a fast one on him. Okay, Irika-sensei, I promise to limit the number of pranks my clones and I pull. Almost weeping out of sheer joy for having saved the world, Irika collapsed to the ground, letting out one final thank you. Irika would not get up from that position for the next several minutes. The Academy. Shortly after Irika's collapse. Naruto had been worried after Irika's collapse, only for the man to brush him off, saying, Give me a minute. It's no big deal. I just need a minute to think. He trusted what his teacher had said and got back to reading the book aloud. It was some book on Konoha's history. To his knowledge, it was not one he or his clones had read. Regardless of whether they had or not, it never hurt to review or learn what it had in store. Thus, that is what Naruto did, at least until Iruka got up from the ground. Closing the book, Naruto watched as the man dusted himself off. Iruka-sensei seems more energetic today than usual. I didn't think about it before, but when I shouted, he shouted. Between that and his overdramatic collapse to the floor just before I wonder what's up. Voicing his concerns, Naruto asked of the man, "So, Iruka-sensei, what was the deal with you collapsing? That was kind of weird of you. Same thing with you shouting with me. Normally you only shout at me, not with me." Naruto watched his older friend and teacher think for a moment before sitting down in a chair and sighing. "Naruto, you don't know much about me, do you? I mean, outside of class and your pranks, we haven't really talked much, right?" Naruto considered for a moment. He didn't remember interacting with the man outside of those times. Iruka continued talking. "I can see it in your face. You're probably thinking something along the lines of, me and Iruka-sensei really haven't interacted any other times." Naruto was shocked. Sure, the wording wasn't exactly the same, but the general idea was there. Naruto opened his mouth to ask how Iruka had done that, but before he could speak, he was cut off by the man. "And before you ask, I knew, because it's the truth, we never really had a relationship outside of teacher and student. Did you ever stop to ask yourself, why is Iruka-sensei helping me? Why does he care so much about what happened to me in the academy?" Now that Iruka had mentioned it, Naruto was curious. Most people in the village were outright hostile to him. Nothing to bad, just glares and curses. But Iruka was different. He was one of the few people who Naruto could call a friend. But why did he think differently from others? What made him different? Naruto would have asked those questions, but he figured his teacher would just cut him off again, so he just nodded his head. But Naruto felt that, deep down, something was different about Iruka, and that it had started when he had first mentioned his troubles with reading that night a week ago. It's a long story, but I'd like to start with something that Mizuki said back in the woods that day about a week ago. He said that I hated you, that you killed my entire family. Mizuki's words were true. Naruto dropped the honorific as he thought to himself, what is Iruka saying? It was true that he hated me, but then, what he said in the woods, was that all a lie? It couldn't be. All the help he'd received from the man, there was no way that was fake. Even though logic countered what Iruka was saying, Naruto was starting to lose control. His grip on reality was slipping. If one looked closely, they would see that his whiskers were growing, along with his nails and teeth. Iruka, as if he did not notice Naruto's state of mind and body, continued speaking, "Until I saw the real you, the Uzumaki Naruto, who is my favorite student." Peace and control was restored to Naruto as the changes began to revert. He would listen calmly until Iruka finished speaking and then decide. "You should already be aware from what Mizuki said that night, but I did have a family that I knew. I loved them very much, and on the night of the Fox's attack, when I lost them, everything seemed dark and hollow. On the outside, I was a bright, cheerful boy who loved to play pranks just like you, but deep down, there was hate growing in my heart. Hate that I misguidedly pointed at you." The man paused for a moment and thought, before continuing his story, "I didn't even know you at the time, and still resented you for something you did not do. My reason to become a teacher for the academy had been in hopes of destroying you. And I would have, if not for the third Hokage's words to me one day." Naruto felt that he should be angry with Iruka. The man, despite helping him, and arguably even having saved his life, had hated him for years and conspired to destroy him. As terrible as that was, Naruto could not bring himself to be angry. "Iruka, I know you have darkness in your heart, and that darkness has led you to take your current path. Becoming a teacher, a man who will guide the next generation, is purely a means to the end for you. But I beseech you, before you do anything drastic with your position, I ask of you one thing. Have you truly seen Naruto for who he is? Or are you really that foolish that you think such a bright boy is the fox in disguise? That the fox had tricked even me into believing its lies while you saw through them? Think about if that is really the case before you act." Those were the words he said to me that day. Naruto knew it was not the time to focus on the specifics of Iruka's words, but he still couldn't help himself. It was the second time he had heard about someone thinking he was the fox. Sure, he had the whiskers of fox, and maybe that was enough for people to think they were connected, but was that truly the reason for all the hate he'd seen throughout the years? Whiskers? There had to be something more, something else that he didn't know about. But for now, he wouldn't think about it. His friend and mentor was far more important. They caused me to hesitate. I didn't consider myself foolish back then for my hatred, but the third's words had shown me an entirely new perspective. And that's when I began to realize the people who thought the way I did, they were weak and they lacked knowledge. However, the Hokage seemed to think differently from us. He was the strongest and most knowledgeable man in the village. How could he not see what we could? That question, Naruto knew, was not his to answer. It's because he knew more than we did. He knew about the fox, about you, about everything. And once I'd realized that, I also realized that I didn't care. That would not stop me, as irrational as my hatred was. The third somehow knew this and returned to convince me once more. Only this time, he was more direct. Iruka's voice had gone strange towards the end of his sentence, as if he, himself, could not believe what he was saying. Nevertheless, he continued. The third told me this time around, "Iruka, I'm done with the riddles and cryptic speak. You're a damn fool if you think Naruto is the fox and is somehow sly enough to convince me otherwise. My student Jiraiya and I have both checked, and I can assure you, no fox is crafty enough to trick the two of us. And if you think otherwise, go read up on Fuinjutsu for a bit and you'll realize what I'm talking about." Naruto couldn't help but wonder what connection Fuinjutsu had to the fox. In fact, he almost felt like Iruka had let something slip, something that he didn't realize was actually important. It was purely intuition telling Naruto that, but once again, it was something he'd store in the back of his mind. Right now, his teacher came first. "I never did get around to reading up on Fuinjutsu, unlike you." Iruka chuckled over his own little joke. "And I didn't need to, for through all of the third's words, nothing had convinced me that I was on the wrong path. My will would not waver from such a small obstacle." The third's words had an effect he probably did not foresee. They had me convinced, without a shadow of a doubt, that you were the fox, and that you'd brainwashed the Hokage for some nefarious reason. Honestly, Naruto was left confused. Wasn't that the part of the story where Iruka would turn a new leaf due to the third's influence? Why had it turned into him brainwashing the Hokage as a fox? Thus, I hesitated, wary of what you might have in store for any would-be assailants. And so I watched you. I observed you in your daily life. What I saw back then still leaves me in regret to this day. Regret for not helping you." Iruka paused. If he didn't, he would not be able to stop the tears, nor the choking up of his voice. "I saw your loneliness. I saw the ridicule the villagers pointed your way. I saw the hate you experienced. I heard every curse, every shout, and every threat that had been aimed at you. And I saw the child that you were. Suddenly, the hatred could no longer exist in my heart. You weren't damned fox out to get us all. Just a child who, despite everything thrown at him, was still trying his best to keep a smile on his face and bring joy to those around him." Iruka's words brought up bad memories for Naruto, as tears began to stream down his face. "That's why I help you. That's why I care so much. I cannot change the past, whether it's my actions or those of others. But what I can do, and what I've tried to do since, is make it up to you. I took it upon myself to be the friend you never had, to give you the encouragement you'd never received, to give you the love you'd never experienced. Those curses, shout, and threats I would replace with praise, cheers, and kindness." That meant a lot to Naruto. All the doubt in his heart from earlier in Iruka's story had washed away, leaving behind nothing but love and respect for the man who was still his closest friend. He wanted to hug his friend so badly, to tell him it was enough, that everything that Iruka had seen and thought in the past did not matter. Naruto wanted to tell him that he had more than made up for his past mistakes. But Iruka's story still had not ended. "You're a perceptive kid. I'm sure you've noticed how off I've been since learning about your troubles reading. The truth is that I could not stand looking at myself. I'd promised to look out for you and help you where others did not. So, when I learned about your dyslexia, it had felt like a personal failure on my part, one that I wanted to quickly correct. Seeing all your progress in just a week, I thought to myself earlier that I'd done it. I'd fixed my mistakes of the past. Between your successful graduation and that, I thought I'd finished my job. Only, then you told me about Kazuki and your clones. Kazuki, I considered part of my failure from my previous apology. I was able to quickly get over it. But your clones, they frightened me at first. That's why I made you make that promise. But during my time on the floor, I had realized something. One, that I had really done nothing in helping you be able to read. It was all your own hard work along with your clones. And two, that I had put a time limit, a constraint, whatever you want to call it. The point I'm trying to make is that I unconsciously had limited how long I was planning on being your friend for. That's when I realized how sick what I was doing was. I wasn't being kind to you out of the goodness of my heart. It was impure. It was kindness with a goal. And that goal was to forgive myself for what I sat by and watched you experience in your youth. It was only today that I finally realized that I shouldn't be seeking my own forgiveness, but instead yours. That when I decided to come clean, to tell you everything, and let you decide for yourself. I had been selfishly one-sided in my relationship with you, and it was time to let you decide for yourself whether or not this relationship should continue. And so once again, I'm pleading with you, Naruto. With all of my flaws as an individual, can you still find it in yourself to forgive me? That was a lot. Naruto was speechless. The story had had so many twists and turns, and just when Naruto had thought it would end on a positive note, it had become dark and twisted. A relationship that he had thought had bloomed into a brilliant flower from what was once death and darkness was a false relationship. One that was not based on genuine feelings and emotions, but one that had been planned and orchestrated. An act for a sad man to forgive himself. Naruto searched deep within himself. Could he forgive Iruka? The hate from the past came from a place of ignorance and could be written off. But to find out his first real friend had been nothing but a fake the entire time, that was soul-shattering. But that fake friendship, that act, would only remain false if they ended things there. There was still an opportunity, a chance, one that would not be easy, to turn that twisted, false relationship into something real. And to do that, Naruto would have to take the first step to be the one to bridge the gap. He would have to forgive everything from Iruka's past. It was a small price to pay for salvation. Naruto, smiling, took that first step. Iruka-sensei, what are you even talking about? Of course I'll forgive you. After all, without you around, who'd scold me about all the pranks I pull? He pulled the older man into a hug, ready to start their relationship anew. The apartment. 2 days later. After the emotional meeting with Iruka 2 days prior, Naruto had returned to his apartment to find out that the current plan that he and his clones had come up with would not work. As it turned out, there was an obvious flaw in only the clones doing the Fuinjutsu research, Naruto's ability to do calligraphy. He'd spent years struggling with reading due to his dyslexia and what could have been deliberate sabotage. Without being able to read, how could he ever have picked up calligraphy as a skill? And it wasn't some run-of-the-mill skills he needed in it. His calligraphy would have to be borderline flawless in order for any Fuinjutsu to work. And so, he'd ended up having to work on the calligraphy himself. The clones could not, due to calligraphy being partially muscle memory in nature, something the clones would be unable to create. After all, any muscle memory they built would be wiped away when they dispersed, as their muscles were themselves temporary. Fortunately for the group, as far as they could tell, Naruto was quite talented when it came to calligraphy. Despite being a ninja, it came to him more naturally than using any ninjutsu or taijutsu, as if he were born to do it. In a way, it was kind of messed up. His handwriting for normal writing was still abysmal, but his calligraphy was rapidly becoming as neat as can be. It felt good to Naruto. He'd always felt like a half-failure deep down. While he had gotten the shadow clone jutsu down in just a couple hours, he still couldn't use the normal cloning jutsu, despite his years of practice. His shuriken jutsu was laughable, to be quite frank, and he'd never beaten Sasuke in a fight in all their years at the academy. So, to finally have something he was good at, something that came naturally to him, it invigorated him, motivated him like nothing else could. It was like a missing piece of himself had finally its place completing him. Still, though, he wouldn't be distracted from the reality of the situation. Calligraphy was the only thing holding them back, and the clones would soon die out. In a way, his talent in calligraphy made it worse. If he just picked it up even just a week earlier, he would have been good enough for the clones to begin doing proper tests, and not just theory crafting. You see, once the clones had realized there was nothing they could do to help him along, they'd instead swapped focus and compiled hundreds, if not thousands, of their ideas on how to create a working Fuinjutsu, chakra absorption. Except, like he was saying, without the ability to actually test any of these theoretical seals, they were forced to make minor tweak after minor tweak and call each of them a new iteration. Naruto snapped out of these thoughts of his and looked up from the routine practice he was conducting. He wanted to know he needed to watch what was about to happen. The last clone had just written down what would be his last idea and would soon pop himself. It wouldn't matter either way, whether he did it himself or not, because Naruto knew from the memories of the other clones who'd popped that he was surely about to run out of chakra. And, as if Naruto could see the future, the clone turned to him, saying, "See you around, boss. I'm heading out first," before he interrupted his flow of chakra, dispelling himself. Already, Naruto could feel the memories of the clone entering his mind. The logic behind each of his ideas, all that he had learnt and knew, was being assimilated into Naruto's mind. Naruto took comfort in the fact that the clone had not lost hope, even until the end. Everything was riding on him alone now, and he would not fail those who'd he lost. Throwing himself back into his practice, Naruto knew that he would soon be ready to start working on the Fuinjutsu. But just as he'd thought that, the calligraphy brush in his hands burst. Training Ground 37. The next day, as soon as Kosuke had returned to the village, Naruto had gone to the man for help. Ever since the last clone had burst the day before, something had been wrong with his chakra. Simply put, he could no longer control it. Sure, before, what he did could hardly be considered control, but this was different. It felt as if he were overflowing, and not just metaphorically. He was literally overflowing with chakra. It poured out of his body, and it didn't take a genius to realize that this was what caused everything to burst apart upon contact with him. Although honestly, that wasn't the first conclusion he'd come to. When the calligraphy brush broke the day before, he just figured it was a bad quality one, or that he had simply used it too much over the course of his practice. The issue was that when he went to go get another from the box of them that he'd bought for practice, the box itself had burst apart upon contact with his hands. And it didn't just stop there. While it was slow, he realized that even his clothing was gradually disintegrating as he wore it. It was actually one of his sleeves ripping apart at the seams that got him to stop and notice his chakra pouring out of him. The worst part of it all was that it had actually been better the day before, when it had first started, but overnight, the amount of chakra he was emitting had more than doubled. He also managed to figure out why it was happening, too. All the changes he'd made in his life since he fought Mizuki were starting to pile up. Chakra was a mixture of physical and spiritual energies. After all, his physical energy had already been monstrous. It was why he had so much chakra to begin with, despite lacking in the spiritual department. Then that already monstrous pool of physical energy was boosted even further through his training with Lee, and likely the more important factor, his body powering up from eating a proper diet. That wasn't even the worst of it, though, as just improving his physicality alone would have made his chakra increase a slight bit, or at least slight in comparison to his already rather large reserves. But then on top of that, his spiritual energies started surging up due to the rather rigorous studies he had taken up recently. It was simple math, really, him plus all his clones running around, reading books, absorbing knowledge, and frantically searching for a solution to their problem, meant that he had gone through weeks, if not months of studying in only a couple days. And since he started off towards the bottom in terms of knowledge and spiritual energies, these efforts couldn't be considered additive to his knowledge, so much as they could be considered multiplicative or perhaps even exponential. All that was to say was that his spiritual energies that had always been extremely lacking had shot forward suddenly, thereby giving his physical energies something to mix with to create a ton of chakra. His clones hadn't noticed a thing due to their limited chakra to begin with, and he hadn't noticed his slow loss of control due to not using jutsu since he had made the clones. That last clone must have been the straw that broke the camel's back, resulting in his current situation. In any case, he was sure Kosuke would be able to help him. The man was a veteran, and nearly as experienced as the third himself. Thus, Naruto had went to tell him of his problem, only to find himself not needing to say a word. You don't need to say a word, I can feel it. What did you do over these past couple of days for your chakra control to completely leave you like this? The amount of chakra you are passively giving off right now is enough to completely drain the average Chunin's reserves in less than a minute. You must have done something wild, huh? The man's tone was accusatory, and Naruto shied away, sheepishly saying, and a couple of clone may or may not have been studying in the libraries. Kosuke instantly came to the same conclusion as Naruto. He'd learnt too much in too short a time, and his lacking chakra control simply couldn't keep up with the surge in his reserves. How many clones was it? Not expecting that question, Naruto confusedly answered, 25. 25? Yeah, 25 clones. It was far worse than what Kosuke had thought. The boy hadn't reached out just a little too far. He had positively left the galaxy. Though he couldn't blame the boy, he was rather unique in that what had happened could only really have happened to him. For your average shinobi to lose control like Naruto had, they would have to completely stop practicing chakra control and do nothing but train and study for at least a dozen years. And even then, it was unlikely that they'd be able to mimic his results. That was just how little Naruto knew heading into what he'd done. It also spoke volumes of the potential hiding in his body. After all, that influx of spiritual energy had to be matched with physical energy to create chakra. Still, though, it was fortunate they had moved to a training ground instead of standing around and talking. Kosuke could see the boy's clothing dissolving before his very eyes. Fortunately, the shinobi mesh he had him wearing would probably not dissolve like the clothes were, but who knows, maybe if they didn't fix the situation soon, that too wouldn't be able to handle Naruto's outpour of chakra. Putting aside your carelessness in doing so, the only way to fix what is happening to you in the short term is either by wiping your memory, which is a no-go for obvious reasons. You do like having your memories after all, right? Naruto quickly nodded his head. He already knew he would prefer the other option. In that case, it leaves us with the only other option. You have to improve your chakra control, and fast. It was a travesty to hear, but Naruto would choose doing those boring exercises over losing his memory any day. Kosuke continued. Normally, I'd have you do either the leaf-sticking technique or the more advanced rock-sticking, but I doubt either of those would be able to hold up against your chakra in your current state. Have you ever done the water-walking or tree-walking exercises before? Naruto had been ready to hear about the boring leaf-sticking technique, but what was that he had heard about walking on water? And on trees, too? No. What do you mean water and tree walking? Why didn't they teach us something like that in the academy? They sound way better than those boring, whatever-sticking techniques. Kosuke could relate to what Naruto was saying. He himself had thought the same thing back in the earlier days of his shinobi training. Still, he did not think it was a good idea to encourage the boy's disdain for the basics. Boring or not, those whatever-sticking techniques are a valuable basic skill to practice and hone yourself with. Not to mention, they're the foundation for what you seem more interested in, the water and tree walking. Academy students simply do not have enough chakra to perform the water or tree walking techniques, unlike yourself. And furthermore, with your amount of chakra, you might have to work in reverse, doing the more strenuous chakra control exercises first, and then moving on to those boring exercises, as you put it. Naruto realized that he had never really considered the position of his classmates. He'd always had too much chakra to know what to do with, so someone lacking in chakra wasn't something he'd ever really thought about. I guess that makes sense. But more importantly than who can do what and what I should do in the future, can you tell me how to do that cool stuff now? How do I walk on trees? How do I walk on water? Naruto had grown more excited as he spoke, no matter what Kosuke said regarding the basics. That would not stop him from thinking walking up walls and on water was cool. Well, for someone who's practiced the leaf-sticking technique before, it's quite simple. You just apply your chakra in a similar manner, only instead of sticking a leaf or a rock to you, you're sticking the bark of a tree to you with enough force to hold you up. Damn, all those times he had skipped practicing sticking leaves to himself was coming back to bite him in the ass, if that wasn't already apparent enough from his current situation. Still though, jokes aside, he had to get this down before he would be able to practice calligraphy again. Now, if I were you, I'd start with tree walking. It's far easier than water walking and has less strict requirements for chakra control. Trees are rather stable, while the currents in water makes it a fickle beast. Considering how much chakra you possess, you should be able to practice nonstop until you either get it down or your chakra stops pouring from your body, right? Naruto felt a chill rush down his spine as Kosuke's words and face took on a horrifying form. Surely, he couldn't be serious about the nonstop part? Night. It was a grueling day. The practice had started in the morning, and by Naruto's estimates, it was nearing midnight. As it turns out, Kosuke had been serious about the nonstop part, and he was sure that he would still be out there practicing the technique right now, if not for having finally gotten his chakra to simmer down. He still was far from being able to do any real tree walking, as he actually couldn't even try to do the technique on a tree. For him, it was all about the stone walking technique because not even trees were tough enough to withstand the sheer amount of chakra he'd been releasing from his coils, and that was with him fully focusing on cutting the flow down to a minimum. So the original plan of him struggling along until he figured out the correct amount of chakra to use to walk up trees turned into the same thing, but with a cliffside made of stone. And while the stone was able to hold up far better than the trees did, over time, they still wore down, and by the end of their session, his footprints had literally carved themselves into the rock. But now he had the theory of stone walking down and enough control to get at least a couple more steps up the wall than if he just tried to run up it. Of course, even that took all of his focus, and if it waned for even a fraction of a moment, he'd wind up hurtling down to the ground. At the end of the day, Kosuke had done a lot for him. As it wasn't as simple as forcing him to practice the entire day, the man himself had to be there to watch him and guide him the entire time. That was a big-time investment for someone to spend on a guy like him. And with everything that had happened recently, including the maelstrom of emotions he'd been going through, the stress was starting to get to him. This day of just mindlessly throwing himself at a task by himself, with a single-minded pursuit of improvement, was exactly what he needed to take his mind off of things. Still, though, he could not delay that side of things any more than just this one necessary day. And it wasn't for any emotional reason. No, it was a pure pragmatism. The math clone's pragmatism, to be exact, his thoughts, and while displaying a rather strong effect on his mind. That will have been raging the entire day. After all, if he hadn't been interrupted, there was a good chance that he'd been done with the Fuinjutsu by now. At the same time, there was a chance that he might not be able to create any clones with the state his chakra was in, that he'd have the same issues that he had with normal clones, and that they'd form all weird and half-dead. Regardless, Naruto planned to revise his calligraphy one final time tonight before he went to bed, and then he would attempt the Fuinjutsu in the morning with a fresh, rested mind. The apartment. The next day, Naruto had woken up early, even following how late he had gone to bed. He'd been too excited at the prospect of finishing the Fuinjutsu and creating a fresh batch of clones to hang out with. Still, all the practice he'd done for his calligraphy over the past couple days did not leave him, allowing for him to smoothly write despite his condition. It had taken mere minutes to finish creating the first Fuinjutsu scroll, based on one of the ideas the clones had come up with. He suppressed any agitation or excitement in his heart, as he knew that there was little to no chance of it working on his first attempt. And he was right for thinking so. The first design had actually resulted in a scroll that wildly absorbed nearby chakra before short-circuiting and overloading its chakra capacity, ending in an explosion. Naruto had been expecting a result like that, however, and had quickly thrown the scroll some distance away. Watching the effects of the scroll be unleashed, Naruto noted the design down in his mind. While the scroll was not what he was looking for in the moment, it could potentially be used as an alternative to explosive tags. He then went on to the next design, taking less time to write out the calligraphy than the previous scroll had. It was no wonder why, either, as the design for the second scroll was almost exactly the same as the first, save for a small alteration to the chakra dispersal formula. It was designed by the same clone that had come up with the first scroll, so Naruto figured it would end with a similar outcome as the first scroll. Throwing the scroll the second he activated it, Naruto watched as the second scroll proceeded to explode even faster than the first one had. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. It would be a long day of testing if these first two attempts were anything to go by. Even so, he threw himself into the work. His clones had trusted him with finishing the mission after all. Sometime later, an explosion sounded off from some distance in front of Naruto. Looking down at a sheet of paper he had lying next to him, he marked another tally. Design number 647. Failure. To be honest, Naruto did not know how long it had been since he had begun the testing. Unlike the number of tests, he was not keeping track of the passing of time. It would have been simple to check, but all that was on his mind was the endless testing. He was sure, though, that he would soon succeed. Despite mindlessly creating the scrolls and testing them, he had been paying enough attention to note the changing designs and the resulting effects of each change. And it seemed to him that they were getting closer and closer to a successful case. But his brain was completely fried by this point. He couldn't be sure if the method he was employing to conduct these tests was the most efficient, and his math clone would likely be furious with him if it was here. But honestly, that didn't matter much to him. Woodard was trying every single idea, regardless of how harebrained or nonsensical it might be. Each scribble, each design, each idea was a part of the puzzle that was the last will and testament of the third generation of clones. Even as he thought this, he was still testing scrolls. Not many, only another 20 or so, had been finished in the couple of minutes he'd been sitting there thinking. He was blanking out as he worked, but even then, he could swear that he was pumping these scrolls out faster and faster with every passing moment. It felt as if his consciousness was not fully his, as if he was fading into the background, and all that remained to pilot his body was the scarce parts of him necessary to writing Fuinjutsu. He'd become a Fuinjutsu machine. Design number 1777. Success. It was a surreal, almost spiritual experience for Naruto. He'd mindlessly watched his body carry out over 1,000 more experiments in that state. And as soon as that word, success, had been said, he'd suddenly snapped out of the state and regained control over his body. And with the resumption of control, it felt like a weight had left his body. He suddenly felt at peace. His mind felt light, and he felt a sense of control that he had been utterly lacking over the past couple of days. And it wasn't purely psychological. It felt far easier to control his chakra now than it had just hours earlier. He didn't know whether he'd be able to try tree walking just yet, but he was certain that he'd have little trouble fully mastering stone walking in his current state. He didn't know why any of these things happened, whether it was the extreme focus he had while testing the Fuinjutsu, or the weight leaving him, or his abrupt increase in chakra control. But one thing was certain to him. He was sure that it was in some way connected to his clones. It was best to keep an eye on the effects the clone jutsu was having on him, as despite the overall positive experience, Naruto was unwilling to rely on it always being a good one. After all, every high in his life always seemed to be accompanied with an almost abyssal low. With his thoughts organized and his mind clearer than ever, He figured that it was time to say hello to the friends who he'd been missing for the past day or so. Crossing his fingers, he confidently Normally, Irika would have never behaved in such a manner, but there were a couple things fueling his drive to do so this time. He suspected that Naruto had experienced some form of sabotage early on in his time at the academy. He didn't know how far it went and who it included, but he was sure something was up. Furthermore, he realized after his talk with Naruto that he might have let slip important information regarding the fox. Although he was bound to learn about it someday, Irika never imagined that it might be due to a slip-up on his part. Lastly, and most importantly, it was his duty as Naruto's friend and mentor to seek justice against those who'd wronged him in the past. Irika would not repeat the same mistakes of his former self. Arriving before the door to the Hokage's office, Irika fixed his cloths before knocking to enter. An old, wizened voice drifted out from the room. "Come in." Hearing the response, Irika confidently opened the door and entered, taking a moment to steal a peek at the Hokage before he got too far. The man was the same as he'd remembered him, still dressed in that same old robe and hat he always seemed to wear. And seeing the piles of paperwork on the desk before him, Irika felt that he had it good in his job at the academy. Thinking for a moment, Irika couldn't picture the Naruto that he knew sitting behind a desk all day, filling out paperwork and reading mission reports. He'd be in for a rude awakening the day he became Hokage. Chuckling to himself, he approached the Hokage's desk and sat down across from the man. "Ah, Irika, how peculiar for you to schedule a meeting with me. And what was it that you were laughing about? I'm curious and could always use a good joke to lighten my mood considering all this paperwork." Irika was shocked for a moment. The Hokage he knew was always serious and business-oriented, so it came as a surprise that he would be interested in what Irika had been laughing about. It wasn't a secret that Naruto wanted to be Hokage, so Irika relented and told the third to picture Naruto sitting behind a desk, doing paperwork all day. Laughing, the third pulled at this beard and said, "That is quite humorous. In all our time together, the biggest impression I had of the lad was his endless supply of energy. You don't think he'd explode from sitting still, do you?" Irika stifled his laughter before it left his throat. It was one thing to chuckle prior to meeting with the Hokage. It was another to blatantly laugh in front of the man. The Umbu in the room did not seem to agree with Irika's assessment of the situation, however, as they broke out into laughter at the joke. Hiruzen cracked a smile as he continued talking. "Kuma, it seems like you appreciated my joke, unlike Irika here." "Yes, Hokage-sama. Personally, I don't know how someone could not find her joke to be funny." The Umbu named Kuma had practically accused Irika, prompting him to defend himself. "Hokage-sama, that's not true. I found your joke funny, I thought." "It's fine, Irika. I was just pulling your chain a bit. After all, you seemed a bit tense. Listen to me. There's no need to be so formal. I won't mind. In fact, I think it'd do you some good to learn from young Naruto in that regard." Hiruzen's words did help Irika calm down. He had been a bit uptight. Despite their past encounters, Irika had always tried to keep his distance from the Hokage. Originally, it had been due to his plans concerning Naruto, but now it was more a force of habit than anything. Still, though, that had startled him, the Umbu had appeared behind himself with him realizing it, and they had already faded back into the shadows. Perhaps that was a warning, in a way. Taking a breath to calm himself, Irika started the conversation with something he just picked up on. "Well then, I guess I'll have to take your advice, Hokage-sama. But in regard to Naruto, what's your relationship with the boy? You seem to be more than just acquainted with him." Hiruzen, still stroking his beard, answered the young teacher's question. "I've known Naruto for years. We've eaten ramen together. I've been the victim of some of his pranks, and I was the one who found him his current apartment after he'd been kicked out of the orphanage. In a way, you could say we are quite close. The information both did and did not surprise Irika. He'd already known that they knew each other and had interacted, but he didn't quite expect that it was to that extent. The Hokage had called them close, after all. Not many people could claim such an honor, especially so as they were not even family. It was interesting, but not exactly related to Irika's goal here today, although their close relationship might end up helping out in the end. Totally relaxed now, Irika began to talk about his reason for his meeting with the Hokage that morning. Since you're so close with Naruto, I suppose you'll be very interested in what I have to say today. The information I'm about to share is a bit sensitive. Is it safe to assume that I can trust everyone in the room? Hiruzen wiped the smirk off his face, taking on a serious countenance, as he said, "Yes, Kuma here is the captain of the Umbu and my most trusted subordinate. I can assure you, anything you say will not leak from this room without your consent, provided it isn't harmful to the village in some way." Nodding, Irika began to tell the Hokage about the sabotage Naruto may have been facing in the academy. He also quickly added on towards the end that Naruto has dyslexia, which more than likely was making the sabotage have even worse of an effect on the boy. Midway through Irika's story, Hiruzen had pulled out his pipe and begun to smoke. It was only upon Irika finishing his story that Hiruzen pulled the pipe out of his mouth, letting out a long plume of smoke. As the smoke faded in the room, Hiruzen spoke up, summarized what he'd heard. So Naruto has a condition called dyslexia that makes it hard for him to read. And knowing this, one of his former teachers, Kazuki, convinced him that he was fine, ensuring that his condition would go unnoticed for years. Thus, Naruto was left struggling to get by in his years at the academy. Watching Irika nod his head at the repetition of the information, Hiruzen continued his summary of the events. That naturally made you think of how Mizuki also harbored a grudge against the boy, and you began to have your suspicions regarding the other teachers. And what finally convinced you that you might be onto something was your own past hatred of Naruto. Irika nodded his head, quickly adding on, "Yes, I only realized it when I tried to compile a list of all the teachers at the academy that I knew held a grudge against Naruto at some point in the time they had been teaching him. That's when I realized that I had neglected to consider my own hate of the boy. From there, it was simple to assume that if I had become a teacher to ruin the boy, someone else was surely capable of the same thing." Irika's logic was sound, or at least Hiruzen felt that it made sense. Technically speaking, if Irika was included, there were at minimum 3 known teachers to have tried to sabotage or plan to sabotage Naruto's education. I suppose you are here, then, to seek permission to investigate this further, perhaps even seeking my backing in the endeavor. Confidently, Irika declared, "Yes, that is exactly why I am here today, Hokage-sama." Putting his pipe back in his mouth, Hiruzen nodded his head, saying, "I'll agree to this investigation of yours, and I will also give you my backing. I expect to be hearing from you with results soon enough." Hiruzen paused, taking a puff of his pipe, before continuing. "Well then, is there anything else? If not, you should probably get a move on. These papers won't read themselves after all." Irika suddenly remembered the other reason why he was there that day, but he was almost afraid to say it out loud. And the Hokage picked up on his hesitation, asking, "You're not leaving? Then there is more for you to tell me? Well, what is it? I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but everyone in the room can be trusted to keep a secret." Irika copied one of Naruto's moves as he scratched the back of his head and sheepishly said what was on his mind to the Hokage. "I think I may have leaked some information regarding the fox to Naruto accidentally." Hiruzen's eyes widened as he realized that he, not Irika, had made a mistake. He was supposed to tell Naruto about his status as Jinchuriki upon his graduation. Hopefully delaying the matter wouldn't result in anything too bad happening. Fuinjutsu Section, a Konoha ninja library. The clone, nicknamed Fuinamaru, was one of the lucky few who had been selected to study Fuinjutsu. Unlike those unfortunate bastards of the mathematics division, he got to learn about something that not only interested the clone, but was also a subject that they had talent in as clones of Naruto. But despite his interest and talent in the field, it did not make studying it any easier. Heck, thinking back to the original's memories of their first real experience making a Fuinjutsu scroll, it had taken almost 2,000 tries to get it right. Of course, them starting with an alteration of a pre-existing formula might have had something to do with the difficulty involved in its creation. It was thanks to that scroll that the clones could perpetually stay around without popping. However, so Fuinamaru supposed it was worth the effort. Although the original's experience with being controlled by their predecessors did still frighten everyone. Sure, none of them planned on popping, but as the clones of a shinobi, it was kind of inevitable for some of them to die. They just have to hope not to have the same effect on the original. Or even worse, if the original and every clone alive were controlled simultaneously, the potential chaos caused could be catastrophic. All of those thoughts couldn't really be answered, so Fuinamaru returned to his reading. It was some book on the applications of sealing Fuinjutsu, and while it went quite in-depth, it was almost too specific to be too useful for the group to learn from. For example, he had just started a section on something called a Jinchuriki, the power of human sacrifice. To be honest, it sounded like something dark and edgy, the type of thing to interest that bastard, Sasuke. Still, it was his job as a Fuin clone to learn everything and anything he could get his hands on about the subject, so he couldn't afford to be picky now. Thus, Fuinamaru read on. The sealing of a Jinchuriki requires a master in the art of Fuinjutsu to create a 4-layered seal on a recently born baby or someone with particularly strong chakra coils. Considering that each layer added would make the Fuinjutsu at least 10 times more difficult to complete, Fuinamaru was really interested in what required such a complicated seal. After all, even their chakra absorption Fuinjutsu was only a single-layer Fuinjutsu, and they'd already had such a difficult time making it. It was well worth the difficulty, however, so the Jinchuriki seal had to be hundreds of times more valuable. Anything that valuable would interest someone, not to mention the fact that it required a recently born baby to be used on. He ignored the strong chakra coils part, as a recently born baby had much more of an impact. Fuinamaru wondered whether the Hokage was capable of the Fuinjutsu as he read on. Such a complicated seal is required for a single reason. The target that is to be sealed inside of the seal, tailed beasts. Tailed beasts could be sealed away. Surely that would be easier than killing them, right? But that didn't make sense. People would only seal away a tailed beast if it were easier than killing them. After all, who'd take the risk to mess around with seals? Especially one so difficult. Not to mention that the 4th Hokage had sacrificed himself to kill the 9-tailed fox. Why didn't he just seal it away if it were easier? Wouldn't he still be alive if he did that? Maybe the seal was only theoretical, and so the 4th's only choice was to kill the beast. Thinking the book would probably have the answer, Fuinamaru stopped thinking about it and continued reading. You, the reader, may not have been aware of this fact, for it is not common knowledge, and may be wondering why the tailed beasts would be sealed away instead of killed, as dangerous as they are. There is a simple answer. Tailed beasts cannot die. Or more accurately, they are beings of pure chakra who will reform given enough time after their deaths, thus necessitating that they be sealed away instead. Fuinamaru, upon reading that, thought that what was written in the book must be false. The 4th had sacrificed himself to kill the 9-tailed fox, and there was no way he would do that just to temporarily put the beast down. The only issue was that the author of the book was someone with the family name Uzumaki. The same Uzumaki as him and the clan. Surely a master of Fuinjutsu would not need to lie in a book they'd written on Fuinjutsu, nor was it likely that they were incorrect, which left Fuinamaru with one option, that the history they learned in Konoha was not true, or, at the very least, it was a simplification of what had happened. That would actually make sense. It was easier to explain to a civilian and those inexperienced in Fuinjutsu that the tailed beast was dead, rather than saying it had been sealed away. After all, To those not accustomed to the art, stuff like four-layered seals did not mean a thing, and it would seem like the fox could break free at any moment and go on a rampage. Not to mention, it would be pretty morbid of the fourth to seal the thing inside a baby. That was a stain better off not mentioned in the history of a Hokage. Still, though, to think a baby had gotten the fox sealed inside them soon after their birth, that would have sucked. They'd be what, somewhere around 13 by now? As soon as he thought that, alarm bells began to ring inside Fuenamaru's head as everything began to come together. The glares and hate of the villagers. Mizuki's words that day. What Irika had said to him. And now that he thought about it, the original's birthday was the same day the fourth had died. He tightly gripped his hair as he began to think of a reason why it was not true. Anything at all, no matter how minor, could prove what he thought wrong. He desperately thought back to everything he knew and experienced, but the more he thought, the more evidence there was. In desperation, he started to read more of the section on Jinchuriki. It may also come as a surprise to you that several Jinchuriki have been created throughout history. Not good, not what he wanted to see. He skipped forward, further into the section in hopes that there might be something else. Due to a lack of understanding, oftentimes Jinchuriki face ostracization and rejection from the communities they live in. Even worse, but that could just be due to the many pranks he's pulled throughout the years. He read on. Jinchuriki have been noted to have increased levels of chakra, high levels of stamina, and an enhanced speed of regeneration. That was the original to a T. Everything was the original to a T. He could deny it no longer, nothing else would make sense, and even if he found something else now, there was too much evidence stacked up against him. He was the Jinchuriki of a nine-tailed fox. That was the reason for all the hate he'd received throughout the years. Inside him was the one who'd killed his parents, the one who destroyed the village in the past, and the one who'd caused Irika to hate him for all those years. All his suffering could be linked back his status as a Jinchuriki. However, he couldn't bring himself to blame his hero, the fourth Hokage, for ruining his life. In the end, the man had protected the village, and in doing so, fulfilled his duty as Hokage to the end. At least he could take some comfort in him being a Jinchuriki, not being all bad news. He now knew the answer to Choji's questions regarding his diet, his stamina, and his freakish regeneration. It now made sense why his wound had scarred overnight. No longer in the mood to read, Fuenamaru put away the book he'd been reading as he began to plan out how to break the news to the rest of the group. Academy. Morning. What a drag. Shikamaru couldn't believe his mother had made him get up so early to go talk with one of his former teachers at the academy, Irika. Apparently, the man had come looking for him the day before and left a message for him to meet at the academy at his earliest availability. Turns out his mother took that earliest part quite seriously, as it was only a little past 7 in the morning. He didn't even get any breakfast before he was ushered out of the house, so he was both tired and hungry. What a terrible way to start the day. It would be best to get this over with quick and then go find some place to take a nap for a while. Arriving before the door to Irika's office, Shikamaru found it open, with the man sorting through mountains worth of paperwork. Were teachers at the academy really that busy? Troublesome. Shikamaru wouldn't have time to think more about that question, as his former teacher looked up, as if he could sense his arrival, and beckoned him into the room. Remembering the greeting that his mother told him to use, Shikamaru scratched the back of his head as he said, Good morning, Irika-sensei. I was told you wanted to see me about some matter?" There, with that, his mother could not complain that he wasn't polite. And not waiting for an answer, Shikamaru sat down in a chair across from Irika. He was tired from the early morning walk, after all. "Yes, thank you for coming on such short notice, and so early in the morning at that. Knowing you, your mother must have woken you up and kicked you out, right?" Shikamaru wasn't surprised that Irika would know all about his mother kicking him out. There were only times he'd arrived early to the academy, after all. And it wasn't like he was quiet about it when it happened. He'd always complain at least a couple times to diffuse his anger before he went home. "Yeah, it's something like that. So if you don't mind, can we hurry this along?" She didn't even let me eat this time around. I hear you. I'm quite hungry myself. And don't worry, this shouldn't take long. I just have a couple questions that I figured you would have the answers to. That was weird, Shikamaru thought to himself. Irika not having answers to a question and needing his help. It might be about something related to his clan. Other than that, wouldn't Sakura be the better person to talk to? For the first time since entering the room, Shikamaru stopped to take a proper look at his former teacher, only to see bags beneath reddened eyes. Sure, he felt tired, but the older man looked tired. Okay, but if it's something about my clan, I might not be able to answer your questions. And outside of that, wouldn't Sakura be the better person to talk to? Shikamaru could see that Irika was confused for a moment, brain probably moving slower than usual due to fatigue, before suddenly his face cleared up as the man said, "What? Your clan? Oh, no, no, no. That's not what we're here to talk about. In fact, the subject matter we will be discussing is part of the reason why I couldn't just go looking for Sakura." The man's tone ended up being almost joking towards the end as he mentioned Sakura, but then he turned deadly serious, almost grim, as he added on. Also, before I continue, I must tell you that this highly classified information we will be discussing related to an ongoing investigation I've been charged with. You're not to leak the subject of our discussion to anyone. If you do, it could end up being very bad for both you and Konoha as a whole. Sirens blared inside Shikamaru's mind. How had the tone gone from so relaxed to so intense in just a moment? Wasn't this supposed to be a more light-hearted exchange of the former teacher and student pair? And where did the man's fatigue go? Okay, I get what you're saying. I'm a clan heir. After all, this isn't my first rodeo. But what are we going to talk about? I don't really think there is anything that important that could be connected to me. He watched as Irika sighed as he massaged his forehead. It seemed like whatever he was about to say would be quite heavy. It's about your former classmate, Naruto, or maybe more accurately, how he might have been sabotaged in the academy. Or even more accurately, how he was definitely sabotaged in the academy. Troublesome. That raised so many questions in Shikamaru's mind. It was natural. He couldn't see any reason for someone to want to sabotage an academy student, much less Naruto, of all students. This also explained the Chunin's tired appearance. He was probably conducting some sort of investigation on top of preparing for the academy's new term that was coming up. To be honest, if he had to pick who he'd expect to receive any form of sabotage in the academy, Naruto would be his last choice. Even if he was his friend, that didn't change the facts of the matter. Naruto was a clanless orphan who did not seem to be the sharpest kunai in the bunch. Was sabotage really necessary for a guy like that? What do you mean by sabotaged? Like a deliberate obstruction to his education? Why would anyone do that to him? I mean, let's be real, you and I both know how smart Naruto is. Irika seemed angry at Shikamaru's questions, especially when he got to the last part about Naruto's intelligence. The man quickly calmed himself down, though, as he remarked, "Yes, I know for a fact that some of it was deliberate. In fact, all of the sabotage I've found so far was deliberate. And regarding Naruto's intelligence, I, myself, only recently realized just how smart that boy is." A couple things stood out in Shikamaru's mind about the man's statement. One, that it wasn't just suspected that his friend was sabotaged, it was confirmed. Two, that it was all deliberate. And three, that Naruto was smart. No matter the sabotage, Shikamaru didn't feel that was right. It couldn't have been quite that bad of sabotage, so Naruto shouldn't have been the bottom of the class if he were so smart. I can see that you don't believe me regarding how smart Naruto is. Let me ask you this, outside of all the rumors, how would you rate Naruto on the basis of intellect? Shikamaru thought for a moment, before slowly answering the question. Well, to start with all the bad stuff, he's loud and never paid attention in class. His handwriting was abysmal, to the point where I doubt whether he himself could read it. He never knew any answers to questions in class, so unless he was acting like a fool on purpose, it is unlikely that he learnt much from the classes or from any assigned readings. Shikamaru watched as Irika nodded his head at everything he had said. How then did the man even ever consider that Naruto was one of the smartest in the class? He figured he would get his answer soon enough, as he added the one positive thing he could think of at the end. And I guess the only positive thing I could think of is that no one could see some of his pranks coming. At the very least, those had to have taken some thought. Taking that into account, he always seemed more street smart than book smart. A rather accurate representation of things. While that didn't make Naruto dumb, it didn't really paint a picture of great intelligence. There was no way around the matter. Sure, Shikamaru was Naruto's friend, but he wouldn't deny the reality of the situation like Iruka seemed to be doing. If you don't take into consideration the sabotage, as well as Naruto's condition. He instantly realized his mistake. He'd completely forgotten the subject of the meeting as he'd been so blindsided by Iruka calling Naruto smart. It was extremely foreboding, too, as that implied that the sabotage had been far worse than he had thought. Bad enough that it would make the bottom of the class look smart for even being capable of that. And also, what was that last part? Something about a condition of Naruto's? What did that entail? I cannot go into it all without Naruto's express consent, but know this, Naruto is quite a bit smarter than he seems to be at first glance. In any case, I haven't called you here to gossip about Naruto, but instead to get a second opinion from someone who had taken classes with him. Cut off from any further information, Shikamaru felt stifled. You couldn't just bring up the sabotage and some condition of one of his friends and then just switch the subject. Well, at least you couldn't do it without him remembering every detail that had been exposed to think about later on. So, looking back at your time in the academy, do you remember any times in which Naruto was singled out for a lesson? Or maybe excluded by a teacher? If you can, please tell me the class it happened in, and what that teacher's name was. Shikamaru now knew why it had to be him, and not Sakura or some other student. Despite his lazy nature, Shikamaru was very observant of his surroundings and had a keen memory, whereas Sakura may have had a good memory, but there was no way she was paying attention to anybody besides Sasuke. Although he supposed Shino might have been another good person to ask. While quiet, he was a very insightful guy. In any case, he had to get back on topic. Were there any times that Naruto had been singled out? There were, and it was a lot of times. Starting from more recently, Shikamaru began to list them. Well, for starters, whenever Mizuki-sensei taught taijutsu, Naruto would only fight against Sasuke. In the long term, Naruto's taijutsu probably benefited from it, but his grades definitely suffered. Then there was also Aranori-sensei, who taught history. Shikamaru had just left Iruka's office. The meeting had ended up going for way longer than he had wanted it to, but that just attested to how bad Naruto had it in the academy. It also made Shikamaru curious. What about Naruto made people want to interfere with him that much? For the first time in his life, Shikamaru was about to willingly do some work. He simply had to know why. He'd already begun the walk to his clan library to begin looking into it. He'd thought about it some while talking to Iruka, and he'd concluded that it might be related to some bloodline Naruto might have had. Maybe some clan was pissed about him having their bloodline or something, and had hired people to interfere with his life. It would make some sense, considering Naruto's stamina and freakish healing factor. There had to be some clan out there that fit that bill. Once he was in the library, it didn't take Shikamaru long to find the section on bloodlines and clans. Choosing one of the thicker books on clan-specific bloodlines, Shikamaru looked through the glossary of clans listed. Of course, he found major ones from Konoha, like the Hyuga and Uchiha, but it was another clan that naturally drew his attention, the Uzumaki clan. He knew from the history classes in the academy that the clan had ruled the former Whirlpool country prior to its destruction, and that almost all of the Uzumaki had died out in the aftermath. They did share a family name with Naruto, so there was always the possibility that he'd already found his answer. Flipping through the book, he found the page where the Uzumaki's traits were listed. Red hair. Nope. High levels of talent in Fuinjutsu. Nope. Powerful chakra network. He didn't know about that. Maybe he wasn't an Uzumaki. Large volume of chakra. Yup. Lots of stamina. Yup. Heals from wounds fast. Yup. On second thought, maybe he was an Uzumaki. It wasn't like the first two traits would be in every member of the clan. And the third thing he couldn't really confirm without asking Naruto. But those traits were also shared with the almost extinct Senju clan, the same one the Sannin Tsunade was part of. It was unlikely that Naruto was some long-lost Senju clansman, so he turned back to thinking about the Uzumaki clan. It wasn't like they had some dojutsu that could be transplanted. Naruto would have to be an actual Uzumaki to have all of the traits of the clan. Shikamaru, however, would not just go off of his first guess, as he skimmed through the rest of the clans he didn't know about in the book. And he found no other clan that even came close to sharing as many traits with his friend. As his clan was essentially the official strategists for Konoha, he doubted that they would be missing any information on the topic, or at least any information that Konoha had on the topic. So that left Shikamaru with only really the Uzumaki clan to go off of. But they were supposed to be from Whirlpool Country, and that had been destroyed a long time before Naruto had been born. Not to mention, they'd been allies of Konoha, so they'd have no reason to harm one of their members that had been born there. Maybe his initial logic had been wrong, and it wasn't some clan trying to protect their bloodline that had been targeting Naruto, but instead somebody who was trying to stomp out the bloodline. It would make more sense that way. After all, it had taken the combined might of both IWA and Kyumo to scrape a victory out. And even then, that was a large part of the reason they'd lost the war with Konoha. They'd simply lost too many ninja fighting against the Uzumaki. There were probably plenty of people who feared that the clan might revive and come back with a sense of vengeance. There was still something he had to confirm, however, before he would believe the conclusion that he'd come to so far. And that was whether or not there were even any Uzumaki in Konoha prior to the Nine-Tailed Fox's attack to have given birth to Naruto. From his memory, the last Uzumaki he knew about in Konoha was the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, who, coincidentally enough, was the grandmother of Tsunade. Maybe Naruto was her secret love child or something. Not wanting to draw any wild conclusions, and with his memory not being good enough, he left his clan's library to continue his investigation in the records division of Konoha. Fortunately for him, as the heir to Konoha's clan of strategists, he had a high enough clearance level to access the information he was looking for. It took a long time to find the specific record he was looking for, and an even longer period of time was spent flipping through page after page of the names of Konoha's people. But finally, after several hours, and having searched through every record that would contain what he was looking for, Shikamaru finally found it. A single line on a page that listed all the people who died during the Nine-Tails attack. Uzumaki Kushina, refugee from the Whirlpool Country, died during the attack by the Nine-Tails. That was it, just those two lines and the woman's name. There are no other Uzumakis listed in Konoha outside of the first Hokage's wife. Shikamaru thought it was strange. Even when he read through the sections he'd found on Mido, this Kushina lady was never mentioned. As if the two weren't connected at all, outside of sharing the same clan name. Unfortunately, he didn't think he would find any other leads anytime soon. If he hadn't overlooked mentions of her in one of the records he'd scanned through, then her records must be sealed at a higher level than he was privy to. But even so, why would that be the case? Troublesome. It was something else he would have to look into in the future. Maybe he might be able to find something when he became a Chunin. Luckily, he didn't think he needed more information to confirm whether or not Naruto was a true blue Uzumaki. There was no way it was a mere coincidence that the last Uzumaki before Naruto had her records covered up, and at the same time, Naruto was being targeted in the academy. It'd probably be pretty upsetting for Naruto to hear that he's most likely the last of his clan, but at least he'd know who they were, and technically, then the Sannin Tsunade might be one of his cousins or aunts or something. It was then that Shikamaru realized what he'd done. He, quite literally, just went behind his friend's back and investigated his family. He supposed that he should apologize for that when he told Naruto what he'd found out. Naruto's apartment. The same day, Naruto was making more chakra absorption scrolls in his apartment, both for practice and for the clone's use when there was a knock at his door. Quickly, he sealed everything into a special type of storage scroll that would prevent any mishaps from him stopping his work halfway through. That particularly useful scroll was something they just found out about earlier in the morning, and he had quickly whipped it up with surprisingly little difficulty. Walking to his door, he was surprised to find Shikamaru, of all people, was the one who was knocking. Inviting him in, Naruto stealthily made a clone outside the door, out of the view of Shikamaru, so that it could stop any clone from entering the apartment and interrupting them. After all, it was still a secret that he could use the shadow clone technique, and the Nara clan was one of the clans who'd been pranked after he learned the jutsu. Ready to find out why Shikamaru was visiting him, he was not expecting the words he would hear leave his friend's mouth. "Naruto, I'm sorry, but I went behind your back and learned what you are." What? He, himself, had only found out the night before, and that was due to a coincidence while a clone was reading some books on Fuinjutsu. What was Shikamaru doing reading those types of books? He didn't seem the type to be interested in Fuinjutsu. But that wasn't what was important. What was important was that he knew. Still not completely sure, Naruto half exclaimed, half questioned, "You know what I am?" And in a true trickery of fate, the two boys spoke over one another as they simultaneously said, "Yeah, you're an Uzumaki, / how'd you figure out I'm a Jinchuriki?" Then, perfectly in sync with one another, they both did a double take as they confusedly questioned, "What?" Naruto, still stunned from what he had just leaked, was silent. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was curious. "What's a Jinchuriki, Naruto?" Naruto hesitated to tell Shikamaru. Sure, they were friends, but he couldn't be sure that Shikamaru would understand. Instead, Naruto tried to dodge the subject temporarily while he thought about whether or not to tell Shikamaru. "Ignore that for right now. What makes you think I'm an Uzumaki? I mean, besides the last name." Shikamaru noted the word Jinchuriki down in his mind. The power of human sacrifice was some strong language. After all, regardless of whether or not Naruto told him, Shikamaru could always do his own research at a later point in time. Still, though, both things were his friend's business, and he would at least do him the courtesy of answering his questions regarding his lineage as an apology for looking into them without his consent. "Well, remember how we talked about your freakish stamina and healing factor with Choji? I looked into clans that were known for those attributes, and I'd heard of an Uzumaki clan before, so that was the first place I looked. Turns out, the average Uzumaki were known not only for their stamina and healing factor, but other stuff too, like having a lot of chakra and being masters of Fuinjutsu. The Senju clan also carries some similar traits, but I'm all but certain you aren't one of them. While I can't say anything about your ability with Fuinjutsu, don't you have a crazy amount of chakra for having just graduated? Way more than anyone else in our class, at least." Naruto nodded. That did fit him to a T. It was an impressive deduction, considering Shikamaru had no knowledge of his growing ability with Fuinjutsu. And honestly, the similarities between the Uzumaki and Jinchurikis was startling. He didn't know exactly what traits the Senju possessed, but they must have been different enough for Shikamaru to instantly write them off as a possibility. Naruto could see why the Uzumaki were wiped out if they had both Fuinjutsu and were many-tailed beasts at the same time. Still, though, his talent in Fuinjutsu was just a coincidence, and everything else came from his status as Jinchuriki. So, Shikamaru was wrong. The thing that really convinced me, however, that you might be an Uzumaki is when I looked through some of the village's records. That interested Naruto. He'd thought of looking through the village's records in the past to see if there were any Uzumakis he could track down in hopes that they might know his parents. That plan never came to fruition, however, as those records were not open to civilians, so he couldn't access them. "How'd you get access?" "Last time I tried, I was told that I needed to be at least a Jonin to access those records. I'd actually completely forgotten I ever had that plan until you mentioned it just now." Shikamaru nodded, a little annoyed that he was cut off by the blonde boy, but he quickly answered the question. "You still would have been rejected. I was only allowed to because, as a clan heir, I can get around rules like that one when it comes to certain information. It's something about clan ninja being loyal to the village, and thus trusted with that type of information. In any case, how I got the information isn't important. What is what I found. Naruto, I need you to stay calm as I say this. Shikamaru took a pause from speaking to Sai. What he was about to tell Naruto wasn't the most pleasant news. He waited until he saw Naruto agree to keep calm before he continued talking. There's a chance I may have discovered who her mother is. I can't be certain because all the records around her are either sealed or missing. In any case, her name was Uzumaki Kushina, and she was a refugee from the Whirlpool country. Naruto broke his promise to Shikamaru to keep calm. How was he supposed to stay calm when he brought up someone who may be his mother? That wasn't something he could ever stay calm about. It was almost too good to be true. Shikamaru quietly finished his sentence, and she died during the Nine-Tails attack on the village. He knew it was too good to be true. He never should have gotten his hope up about finding someone who was his family. And now that he thought about it, he'd been so caught up in Shikamaru's mention of the word mother that he forgot to consider that he himself was no Uzumaki. He just shared the name and traits of the Uzumaki due to multiple coincidences coming together. In a way, that thought was almost relief to Naruto. There was still a chance that somewhere out there was someone who knew his family and would be able to tell him who they were. Today just wasn't that day. Shikamaru could see the hurt in his friend's eyes that he caused with his words. He almost regretted telling Naruto about what he'd found out, but he deserved to know the truth. Still, he couldn't just watch his friend sit there in pain. Look, Naruto, I'm sorry. I know finding out more information about your family is a huge deal for you, and finally getting some information only to hear about their deaths must be hard. But don't forget, I'm here for you. You don't have to deal with the pain on your own. Naruto was thankful for his friend's concern, and not wanting to worry him any further, he gave him a smile as he said, "Don't worry, Shikamaru. I'll be fine. It's not like I'm really an Uzumaki after all." Shikamaru opened his mouth to tell Naruto that while he could be in grief over the news, he shouldn't forget the reality in that grief and deny that he was an Uzumaki. After all, the evidence was staggering. But those words would never come out of Shikamaru's mouth, as just how he'd been honest with Naruto, Naruto would be honest with him. Don't worry, I'm not just going to ignore what you've said to me. I know from your point of view that all the evidence leads to me being an actual Uzumaki, not just in name. But you only think that because you don't know what a Jinchuriki is yet. There was that word again, Jinchuriki, and it seemed like Naruto was willing to tell Shikamaru more about it. But from the sad tone in his friend's voice, it did not sound like it was anything good. Simply put, a Jinchuriki is a container, an application of Fuinjutsu that is applied to a living person. The thought of using Fuinjutsu on a living person sent chills down Shikamaru's spine, but that made sense considering the human part of the word. But what about sacrifice that couldn't mean anything good in conjunction with the word human, whereby a tailed beast is sealed inside of them? Thus, the person becomes a sacrificial container to hold a tailed beast. Shikamaru felt he was right to have the chills. Who in their right mind would seal a tailed beast inside another person? And didn't Naruto call himself one? Not to mention, where does one even get a tailed beast? The last one spotted anywhere near Konoha was... No. Shikamaru raised his voice. You can't be saying what I think you're saying. Naruto saw the disgust on Shikamaru's face and thought that it was pointed at himself. He sadly confirmed his friend's fears. I can see that you're starting to put everything together. Let me make it fully clear, it's exactly what you were thinking. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. That doesn't make sense, Shikamaru thought to himself. The fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to kill the Nine-Tailed Fox over a decade ago. Naruto saw the disbelief in his friend's face. Well, he supposed, former friend now. No doubt he was growing to hate him as they spoke, just like the rest of the village. Despite that, he would do his last duty as a friend, and fully clear up any doubts Shikamaru had concerning the situation. I can see that you don't believe me. You're probably thinking about the fourth killing of the beast, right? That alone almost convinced Shikamaru. Only someone who'd heard the same thing and came to the same conclusion would be able to predict his thoughts so accurately. That was either a deliberate lie by the village or a half-truth used to keep the villagers calm. The truth is that all those years ago, during the fox's attack on the village, there was only one way to stop it, by sealing it into me, a baby who had been born that day. And the disgust had returned to Shikamaru's face as he growled out, "Couldn't it have been someone else? Why'd it have to be a baby? Why'd it have to be you?" Naruto smiled at Shikamaru's anger. He was a good guy, getting mad even for a guy he didn't like. Naruto would miss being his friend. The only people who can contain a tail beast are those who were just born or those with a powerful chakra network, like the Uzumakis. So it had to be a freshly born baby. It had to be me. The two boys went silent, both thinking, with Shikamaru thinking about all that he'd just heard, and Naruto mentally saying his goodbyes to his friends. After all, he supposed Shikamaru would tell Choji, and then he'd leave him as well. "Naruto, thank you for having enough confidence in me to tell me your secret. I won't let you down. I won't tell anyone, even Choji, unless you give me your permission to." What? Naruto was not expecting that. He'd been preparing himself to be glared at, to never talk to his friend again in a positive manner, to go from trusted to hated in one conversation. When he'd learned of his burden the night before, he had concluded that he'd be alone for the rest of his life outside of Irika and old man Sarutobi. "Are you sure? You're not going to curse at me? Or spit at me? You don't hate me? Even after everything you've heard?" Shikamaru was confused. Why would he hate Naruto for something like this? It's not like he had any control over the matter. And at the end of the day, the tailed beast was just the prisoner inside him. "What do you mean hate you or spit at you? Why would I do that? You didn't do anything to make me do that to you, did you?" It was Naruto's turn to be confused. Wasn't being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails enough for him to be hated? At least, the rest of the village certainly thought it was enough of a reason. "Well, don't you think I'm a fox or something? Just like the rest of the village?" Suddenly, everything made sense to Shikamaru. The reason that Irika suspected Naruto might have been sabotaged in the academy. The glares he noticed Naruto would receive in the village. Heck, even his diet now made sense. No one was willing to teach the boy that they hated how to properly eat. It was bullshit. Couldn't anybody in the village distinguish Naruto from the beast he held captive? In fact, now that Shikamaru thought about it, shouldn't the village be thankful for Naruto containing the beast, stopping it from being able to rampage about? In fact, those words were probably exactly what Naruto needed. He shouldn't think of himself badly for being a Jinchuriki. He should think of himself as a hero. "Naruto, fuck the village. Just like the fourth Hokage, you're the savior of this goddamn village. And not only that, but you've also silently protected us all for years despite the hate we've shown your way. If the rest of the village is blind to your sacrifice, that's on them. But I won't be the same as them. I'll see you for what you are, a hero." Naruto couldn't help but cry. It felt like all his worries regarding the hate he received due to his status as Jinchuriki were washing away. Even he himself did not see it as Shikamaru had just put it. This entire time, he had bought into and accepted the hate of the villagers. Only now did he see that they were wrong for it, that he wasn't some object to be feared, but instead a hero that should have been celebrated. And to think, the one person who truly acknowledged him, he had thought low enough of to think he would abandon him upon hearing of what he was. Shikamaru would never know his thoughts if he didn't say anything, but that wouldn't be right. Just like how Irika had told him everything, Naruto knew he should do the same to Shikamaru. "Thanks, man. You don't know how much those words mean to me. And I gotta apologize to you. I can't believe I ever thought for a moment that a great guy like you would hate me over something like this. So, I'm sorry for thinking so little of you." Shikamaru readily accepted Naruto's apology, It wasn't like he was all that hurt by his thoughts, and he himself had called him stupid in mind earlier in the day. And could he really blame his friend for being so tortured, so consumed by his Jinchuriki status, that he couldn't see a reality in which anyone would want to be his friend? Naruto, your thoughts were perfectly reasonable. I'd think the same way in your position. Just know that people hating you for being a Jinchuriki is not normal. Like I said before, you should be seen as a hero more than anything. Shikamaru then got up from his chair and stretched, a conversation that emotional was not on the list of things he'd expected to do that day. Wanting to unwind and keep an eye on his friend, he said, "In any case, this is the most work I've done in one day in my entire life. I'm really tired and hungry right now. So, you want to go find Choji and head out for some barbecue?" Naruto, vowing in his heart to never doubt his friend again, quickly got up and agreed to the plan. He could use some barbecue right around now.